Imagine, in the most remote and forgotten corners of our planet, among silent plains, in the shadows of ancient mountains, and at the bottom of ocean trenches, secrets lie that shatter our entire understanding of the world. Deep within the Earth's crust, humanity discovers incredible artifacts, perfectly chiseled columns, ghost towns, islands vanished from maps, and strange sounds emanating from beneath scorching sands. We discover traces of unknown masters whose technologies and skills seem impossible in the distant past. These mysteries, like fragments of another long-gone era, bear the imprint of a hidden power slumbering beneath the shroud of millennia. Let's travel to the harsh northern coast, to the foot of the remote slopes. It is here that the underground Hall of Amudim is located, a place that for many years was considered nothing more than a fiction, a legend of the local elders. But their stories of gigantic columns and an icy stone extending deep into the earth resounded with such unshakable certainty that they were bound to attract the attention of researchers sooner or later. And so, when a group of brave scientists ventured into one of the deep chasms, an abyss yawned before them, the entrance to a space completely unlike an ordinary natural cave. Inside, they were greeted by a deafening, almost tangible silence. It was so thick that the sound of their own footsteps echoed loudly, like hammer blows on gigantic empty vessels. The beams of their flashlights glided across surfaces so smooth they seemed unnatural. It seemed as if this stone hadn't been shaped by wind and water over the centuries, but had been carved and polished with the precision so incredible that it was utterly unattainable by any ancient tribes that might have inhabited these lands. The further the expedition progressed, the clearer the understanding became. This place was not a creation of nature. It was constructed according to a strict, precise plan, where every line, every curve was subordinated to a single grand design. The enormous chamber extended tens of meters into the rock, and on either side, like guardians of eternity, columns rose. They were so smooth and symmetrical that it seemed as if they had been cast in some invisible mold. However, geological analysis of the local rocks cried out against such a possibility. Achieving such smoothness without complex and time-consuming machine processing was simply impossible. But the strangest thing was that these columns seemed to serve no functional purpose. They didn't support the cave's ceiling in the conventional sense. They stood as independent monumental objects, as if their true purpose lay elsewhere, perhaps in acoustic resonance, the refraction of light, or the direction of sound waves. In the most remote parts of the hall, the walls began to come alive, picking up even the quietest whispers. Every spoken word was reflected multiple times, passing through several layers of echo, creating an eerie sense of the presence of something invisible, enormous, hidden beyond the limits of visibility. A theory arose that hidden voids existed within the rock mass itself, reacting to the slightest vibration. But the instruments revealed nothing but monolithic rock. The acoustics of this place alone completely baffled scientists. The surface of the columns was particularly striking. Upon closer inspection, traces of perfectly even parallel incisions radiating in vertical stripes could be discerned. These marks resembled the marks of some tool worked with incredible speed and precision. It seemed as if something had passed over the stone hundreds, if not thousands of times, repeating the same motion without the slightest deviation. This perfect, machine-like rhythm is utterly impossible for manual processing, especially in the dim light of an underground chamber where ancient people might have worked. Another mystery remained the narrow, almost inconspicuous entrance. It gave the impression that the true ceremonial gates had once stood much higher, but had been buried under tons of rock following ancient collapses. When the team decided to scan the upper layers of the rock, their instruments detected massive sections of rock with an abnormally high density. This led them to believe that a second level of the hall, or a collapsed corridor, might be hidden directly above them. However, the data was too vague to draw any definitive conclusions. Local residents have passed down stories for generations of a low, drawn-out hum that once emanated from these chasms, reminiscent of the distant voice of the earth. These sounds have faded now, but they raise the question. Perhaps in those distant times, when the climate was different, powerful underground rivers flowed beneath the hall, creating these vibrations. But even such a bold hypothesis cannot explain the perfect geometry of the columns and the smoothness of the walls. They seem to have been crafted by the hands of a civilization whose technology surpassed everything we know about the ancient world. Some scholars have suggested that the hall may have served as a gigantic storage room, but the complete absence of niches, shelves, or any recesses shatters this theory. Others insisted that rituals were performed here, but no traces of fires, ancient symbols, or remains were found on the walls or floor. This space was too vast and too perfect to serve simply as a place of worship. To this day, the Hall of Amudim remains one of the planet's greatest mysteries, a puzzle without a single answer. Each new visit to this place leaves the feeling that it is simply biding its time, waiting for someone to understand its true purpose. It's as if the stone itself preserves the memory of its creators, those who treated matter completely differently from all known civilizations. And no one can say whether we will ever know why this hall was built and why its creators departed, leaving behind only this perfect and eternally silent space. Now let's move to the icy heart of the northern seas. When the long-awaited period of clear weather finally arrived in the Arctic, the mainland monitoring station received a final, brief, and completely routine signal from the research vessel. The ship had been working among the perpetual ice for several weeks, and this signal sounded confident and calm. Nothing foreshadowed trouble. But when communication was lost and the vessel failed to return for another session, a search mission was organized. Having reached the area of the last coordinates, the rescuers saw something incredible. Before them stretched a perfectly smooth expanse of ice. As if a giant invisible hand had smoothed the ocean's surface, there was no debris, no oil slicks on the water, not the slightest trace of a wreck. The vessel, a modern icebreaker, had simply vanished. Vanished without a trace, as if it had dissolved into the frosty air. Such stories are more often found in ancient myths about ghost ships than in the dry reports of rescue services. This led the team to suspect that the true cause of the tragedy was much deeper than it seemed at first glance. The crew likely had no idea that in just a few hours, their connection with the outside world would be severed forever, leaving behind only a vague route on the map. a route that led them into regions where the polar wind reliably obscures any trace of human presence. The ship was crossing a zone where gigantic ice fields move at unpredictable speeds, faster than anyone can chart them. Here, enormous cracks can form and close in minutes. It's as if the Earth itself is breathing beneath the thick, snow-white crust. People disappear in these latitudes every year, but the disappearance of such a powerful ship as the Ice Eagle was an extraordinary event. The vessel was designed to withstand the colossal pressure of the ice, and its crew consisted of highly experienced polar explorers. One of the observers on the search plane noticed a strange anomaly. A huge, dense mass of fog hung in the air near the vessel's last known position. It was motionless and unchanging, which is completely unusual for Arctic latitudes. Fog here is usually unstable, constantly shifting under the influence of the winds. But this fog hung motionless, maintaining clear, almost defined boundaries, as if it were part of some hidden structure connected to the anomalous temperature drops that instruments recorded only at a few points. As the search team on the icebreaker approached the fog, they heard a strange sound. A low, vibrating growl emanated from beneath the ice, as if the very ground beneath them were shaking. The vibration was felt even through the thick soles of their shoes, penetrating and preventing them from identifying the source of the sound. It was too deep and powerful to be emanating from anything living. At that very moment, the ground station detected a weak, intermittent signal, like a desperate attempt to establish communication, as if someone were trying to break through a thick curtain of interference. The searchers decided to explore the ice using sonar and discovered a huge, unusual cavity beneath them, one that hadn't been marked on any map. Its contours were too smooth, almost artificial. It looked as if someone had carved it out of centuries-old ice, but left no tool marks or cracks in the walls. This is impossible to achieve even with modern technology. Ice breaks roughly when drilled, creating sharp, jagged edges. But here, the surface was smooth, as if polished to a shine. Experts hypothesized that the cavity could have been formed by a warm underwater current, but water temperature measurements completely disproved this theory. The cause of its formation remained a complete mystery. Although similar voids were found in ancient glaciers, they usually quickly disappeared under the pressure of the upper layers. Rumors circulated that the crew of the Ice Eagle might have somehow entered this cavity. But this was impossible. Any passage into it would have been too narrow for such a large vessel. Therefore, its disappearance could not have been caused by a simple fall through the ice. We can only speculate. Perhaps the vessel changed course for some reason and departed in an unknown direction. But this completely contradicts the last signals received, as its coordinates remained stable. Communication ended so abruptly, as if someone had simply flipped a switch. Ultimately, this expedition became one of the most mysterious in the history of Arctic exploration. Even years later, reports of its disappearance raise more questions than answers. Any accident leaves traces, but here there was nothing. Nothing but a strange underwater cavity and a quiet hum beneath the ice, which observers heard for a long time. It was as if the Earth itself preserved the memory of those who had vanished, leaving only a blank spot on the map of the Arctic Ocean. Now let's move from the icy desert to the sandy desert. When the first satellite images taken from great heights allowed researchers to peer beneath the upper layers of sand, they noticed something incredible. Among the monotonous, chaotic dunes, lines emerged that repeated each other with frightening precision. These lines formed gigantic, twisting spirals, as if some ancient titan had long ago drawn gigantic symbols on the Earth's surface, symbols never intended to be seen from below. Their true scale and precise form are impossible to discern from the ground. The entire design is revealed only from a bird's-eye view, where the desert becomes a mysterious map drawn by an unknown hand. Each of these spirals stretched for tens of meters and consisted of perfectly smooth, rounded segments. It seemed as if the sand had been deliberately shifted here with a specific purpose. All attempts to explain this phenomenon by the action of the wind failed. Wind typically creates chaos, leaving jagged, asymmetrical shapes. Here, however, every curve seemed deliberate and precise, as if it had been created step by step, strictly maintaining distances and not allowing the slightest shift. This was completely unlike the action of the blind forces of nature. But the most astonishing thing was that these spirals repeated themselves at enormous distances from one another. It was as if they were all part of a single, gigantic system, constructed according to certain rules known only to its creator. If you draw imaginary lines between the centers of these spirals, you can see how they form a huge, perfect figure. Here, in the warm waters of Bahrain, beneath the surface lies a mystery that the modern world is still trying to unravel. It all began with simple fishermen whose boats had glided across these shallows for centuries. They were the first to notice a strange, dark line extending so far from the shore that its end was lost in the shimmering haze of the horizon. At first, everyone chalked it up to a trick of light and shadow, perhaps just the shadow of a long cloud. But days passed, the sun moved across the sky, the tides ebbed and flowed, and the mysterious line remained. At that moment, it became clear this was no optical illusion. It was something tangible lying right on the seabed. The researchers who arrived later were astonished. A veritable underwater road opened up before them, paved with smooth, dark stones. They were laid so neatly and evenly, as if an invisible giant had stretched them across the seabed in a single ribbon. This path was clearly not intended for ordinary strolling. When the scuba divers made their first dive, they encountered a breathtaking sight. The stones were not scattered haphazardly, but arranged in precise, orderly rows. Each row perfectly followed the general, smooth curve of the road leading from the shore into the depths. It seemed its creators had intended to direct traffic along a strictly defined route. The curve of this underwater road is so perfect and harmonious that it seems as if it were designed by a brilliant engineer. But therein lies the main mystery. None of the known ancient cultures that ever lived in this region built underwater roads. They simply lacked the technology and equipment to place such massive boulders in the face of powerful sea currents. The oddities don't end there. The stones that make up the road turned out to be alien to this area. Their composition, density, and dark color are practically uncommon in coastal rocks. The surface of each boulder is covered with a thin layer of dark film, indicating millennia spent underwater. Yet, they are remarkably well preserved. Their edges are unworn by time, and their smooth surface appears too artificial to be the result of natural wave polishing. When scientists decided to trace the route back to its very beginning, they discovered that the first few meters of the road led to a small platform right on the shore. This platform, reminiscent of an ancient foundation, was partially buried under a layer of sand, and its shape was remarkably regular. It seemed as if it was from here, from this launching platform, that the movement into the depths of the sea had once begun. However, no traces of buildings or structures were found either nearby or underground. This only reinforced the impression that the road served some entirely different purpose, unknown to us today. What's also interesting is that as you move away from the shore and the water gets deeper, the road widens. This widening occurs so smoothly and gradually that it's practically impossible to tell where exactly the crossing begins. It resembles a modern highway designed to handle a variety of traffic volumes. But no one can even guess what exactly could have traveled along this road. Considering that it's underwater and bears absolutely no signs of use, no wheel marks, no footprints, no remains of any cargo, the mystery deepens. Some experts have suggested that the road may have been part of an ancient coastline that was submerged by global sea level change. However, this hypothesis falls apart when confronted with the facts. The stones appear too evenly laid, their placement is too precise, and the road's width changes too consistently to be explained by natural processes. Even with the slowest and most gradual flooding, coastlines erode chaotically and never form a perfectly level road of such an incredible length. When researchers decided to excavate a small area, a new discovery awaited them. Beneath a row of stones, they discovered a thin layer of light-colored soil. This layer looked as if it had been deliberately leveled before the stone foundation was laid. This provided irrefutable evidence the stones had been laid on a pre-prepared foundation, confirming the man-made nature of the entire structure. Nature never levels the seabed with such meticulous care. This led scientists to a new, exciting idea. What if the road served not as a means of transportation, but as a way to indicate direction? What if it's a giant arrow pointing to something important? This idea is supported by the fact that the entire line is oriented precisely along an axis that coincides with the movement of certain stars in the night sky during specific periods of the year. Although a direct connection has not yet been proven, the very idea is exciting. Ancient civilizations could well have used such grandiose landmarks for navigation, calendar keeping, or the transmission of sacred knowledge. If this road truly was a cosmic signpost, then its flooding could simply be the result of climate fluctuations that have obscured part of this grandiose ancient system from our view. Let's now move on to another part of this mysterious world. When the first expeditions reached the remote plains, wedged between hills and dense tropical vegetation, they noticed strange dark silhouettes resembling pillars on the horizon. At first, they were mistaken for bizarre trees, their trunks densely entwined with vines. But something else was truly astonishing. In some places, the explorer's path was littered with stones covered in thin, perfectly parallel notches. These furrows appeared to have been made with some kind of precision instrument, leaving a mark of uniform depth. They were made at a specific angle, repeated at regular intervals. All of this created the impression of a hidden marking system, understandable only to those who created it, but who left behind no written clues. Ancient legends of local tribes passed down orally suggest that in ancient times, a faint, ghostly glow rose above this area at night, as if the water itself were glowing from within, reflecting some light source beneath the surface. This light, according to legend, moved slowly, following the direction of that same underwater path. Of course, modern observations have not recorded anything like this. However, some night divers swear they have seen barely noticeable shimmers in the depths, like the reflections of a distant fire, but their source has never been determined. Within the underwater road itself, there are sections where the stones are laid much more densely. In these areas, water vibrations are felt more strongly, even though the surrounding depth remains the same. This raises the question, why does the structure react to the movement of the water as if it contains voids or channels? Ground-penetrating radar revealed only a massive layer of stone without any internal cavities, making this phenomenon even more mysterious. Science is currently unable to explain these localized vibrations. When researchers attempted to trace the path to its very end, they discovered that it led into deep water, where visibility dropped sharply. Further on, the rocks simply disappeared under a thick layer of silt, as if the path had once continued, but had been buried under the weight of centuries. If so, the path we see is only a small part of a gigantic, incredible complex hidden beneath the water. Today, Bahrain's Black Road remains one of those discoveries that amazes with its scale and utterly incomprehensible purpose. Who, and most importantly, why, created this perfectly straight line extending straight into the sea? There is no answer. However, the very structure of the road, the incredible preservation of the stone, and its strange orientation scream that this is no accident. It is the trace of an ancient, brilliant design that still lurks beneath the water, and the sense of mystery only intensifies with each new dive. Now, let's return to the plains. As we approached those mysterious shadows on the horizon, it became clear they weren't trees. The silhouettes belonged to tall stone figures standing on small elevations. These sculptures were arranged with astonishing precision and looked so harmonious that it created the impression of a unified system, left to us by a civilization of which nothing remains except these silent monoliths. Each figure was carved from a stone not found in the area, as the local rocks are too soft and brittle. Interestingly, the monoliths vary in both density and color. This may indicate that the stone for them was transported from afar, or, even more incredibly, quarried from somewhere deep underground. The question naturally arises as to how ancient people moved such enormous blocks. The weight of each figure is colossal, yet the stone surface shows no trace of rough work. It appears these giants were lifted and installed without the use of levers or rollers, as they bear no scratches, dents, or chips. When experts began examining the monolith's surfaces under a microscope, they discovered a web of fine lines, repeated at varying heights. These lines appear to have been intentionally carved, but their depth is so shallow that they appear to have been created by a tool, creating a nearly invisible mark. The sophistication of this engraving is mesmerizing. It's difficult to imagine how an ancient people, ignorant of metal, could have created such perfectly even stripes on a stone surface that resists any pressure. Some lines run horizontally, others diverge at a slight angle, forming a complex pattern that is visible only under certain lighting conditions. And here's where the most incredible thing begins. In the rays of the setting sun, this pattern comes to life, collapsing into a single image reminiscent of a giant network or map stretched across the earth. It's as if each figure is a node in a vast coordinate system, indicating important points. Remarkably, the figures themselves are arranged as if a strictly defined distance was maintained between them. If you measure the intervals, you can notice a repeating mathematical sequence that appears too orderly to be random. Nature doesn't create such perfect order. This suggests that the arrangement of the figures was predetermined and ingeniously planned. Perhaps it is connected to the movement of the sun or seasonal winds, although there is no direct evidence for this yet. Trying to decipher the purpose of these figures, researchers noticed that some of the monoliths were slightly tilted. And all of them were tilted in the same direction, as if some invisible force had been slowly shifting them from their original position for centuries. Unfortunately, all this remains mere conjecture, as their creators left no inscriptions or explanations. But what's striking is that despite this tilt, the figures' bases demonstrate incredible stability. It is this combination of precision and primordial power that creates the feeling that the technology and knowledge of the ancient builders far exceeded anything we can imagine. Only fragments of legends remain in the memories of the ancient tribes that once inhabited this lost island. They suggest that these stone giants were not simply statues, but participants in some grand ritual where each figure occupied its own strictly assigned place to contain the very breath of the planet. But these legends are vague and hazy, as if erased by time. No one today can say with certainty what exactly our ancestors meant by this mysterious breath of the earth. And why have these monoliths so desperately cling to their positions for millennia, as if they truly were guardians precariously balancing some powerful force, incomprehensible to us? When scientists ventured beneath the base of several idols, they were met with a discovery. It turned out that the stone extended several meters deep into the earth. It was astonishing. The figures weren't simply standing on the surface. They were literally hammered into the planet, ensuring their eternal stability. And immediately, a new, even more complex question arises. How did the ancient craftsmen manage to dig such deep pits without modern tools? And how did they manage to lift and position these multi-ton boulders upright? Even today, such a task would require the efforts of a huge team and the most sophisticated equipment. Take a closer look. The tops of some of the monoliths appear to be slightly tilted. This barely noticeable shift is no accident. It evokes the stone's silent dialogue with the heavens. The figures lined up along the eastern border point precisely to the point of sunrise on the equinoxes, and their counterparts on the western side stretch toward the spots where the sun disappears below the horizon at the rarest moments of the year. If we accept as a working hypothesis that these stone giants were part of an ancient observatory, a gigantic solar calendar, then we must admit their creators possessed astonishing, almost incredible knowledge of astronomy. When researchers installed sensitive sensors at the base of the monoliths to measure their vibrations during strong winds, they encountered another mystery. It turned out that each stone figure emits its own subtle, extremely low-frequency sound, a hum that's more felt than heard. And most astonishingly, under certain conditions, this hum intensifies, as if the statues were responding not only to gusts of wind, but also to the slightest temperature changes, transmitting these vibrations deep into the Earth's crust. Standard scientific methods proved incapable of explaining this phenomenon. Some experts dared to put forward a bold hypothesis. What if these are the remains of an ancient acoustic system that harnessed the energy of the elements, wind and stone, to transmit signals through the very depths of the planet? Today, the stone guardians of Ophuza remain one of the most astonishing and beautiful mysteries of this region. No ancient culture known to us left behind evidence of the technologies that would have allowed them to carve such monoliths, transport them over vast distances, and erect them with such mathematical precision in strict accordance with celestial cycles. Each idol stands silently, as if immersed in eternal meditation, contemplating the earth and preserving the memory of those who once breathed this secret life into them. The creators themselves vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the stone, the play of light and shadow, and the gentle breath of the wind moving between the ancient, colossal silhouettes. Scientists have repeatedly attempted to determine the age of these figures, but the analysis results have proven so contradictory that one thing has become clear. Establishing a precise time frame for their creation is impossible. The statue's material contains no organic inclusions to cling to, and erosion appears to have barely touched their smooth surface. This creates an incredible sense. Either the figures are so ancient that they defy our understanding of time, or they are carved from a unique type of stone that is simply indestructible, unlike any other known mineral. Indeed, geologists confirm that such stone is extremely rare on this island, which only adds to the mystery of its origin. A curious detail: small stone slabs, precisely matching the shape of their bases, were discovered beneath some of these giants. This may indicate that the figures were mounted on a special support that served to perfectly distribute their colossal weight. Such engineering foresight is simply astounding, as such technologies are extremely rare in ancient structures, especially in those parts of the world where civilizations were thought to have used the most primitive construction methods. Some researchers have gone even further and attempted to superimpose the map of the figures' locations on the Earth's electromagnetic field. The results of this work only deepen the mystery. It turns out that the monoliths are indeed aligned along zones of weak energy activity, as if their creators were acutely aware of these invisible lines of force and deliberately placed their creations in locations with a special natural vibration. If this is true, then a new, even more fantastic theory arises. Perhaps the figures served as a kind of tuning forks, an instrument for maintaining balance in some complex system that the ancients considered vital to maintaining order in the world. It's possible that they were used to generate signals or warnings, but for now this remains only a bold hypothesis. Nothing similar has been found anywhere else on the planet, and the figures themselves seem too massive and fundamental to be mere musical instruments. And yet, the fact remains, under certain weather conditions, their vibrations merge into a long, drawn-out, almost living hum. But there are even more terrifying secrets in this world. The vanished island of Riemann still holds its secrets, waiting for someone to dare uncover them. Imagine the shock of scientists when the first satellite images revealed the unthinkable. The small island of Riemann, located in an archipelago off the eastern edge of the Pacific Ocean, had simply ceased to exist. The territory, marked on nautical charts for centuries, seemed to have evaporated. Geological changes of this magnitude take centuries, if not millennia. However, follow-up images taken just a few weeks later cruelly confirmed in the island's place there was now only a lifeless expanse of water. The island, surrounded by a ring of coral reefs and sandbanks, had vanished so swiftly as if the ocean abyss itself had opened up and swallowed it. The very first expedition to reach the area where Riemann was believed to be located encountered an anomaly. The water above was unnaturally dark. This created the eerie impression that the depth had suddenly and dramatically increased. Where there had previously been shallow water, a chasm now lay beneath the keel of the research vessel. Such a dramatic change in terrain was alarming. Such an event could only have occurred as a result of a powerful tectonic shift, a catastrophic earthquake. However, seismographs around the world were silent. No tremors were recorded in the region. This became the first unsolved mystery in the case of Riemann's disappearance. When the expedition lowered submersibles into the dark waters, it became clear that the seabed beneath the former island had an absolutely incredible structure. Instead of the expected chaos of rock fragments and sand drifts, the instruments discovered a perfectly flat, monolithic stone slab. Its surface was so smooth as if polished by some gigantic movement. Upon contact with it, a strange sensation arose, as if the stone had not been destroyed by the elements, but rather fashioned by someone. There were no sharp edges, no cracks, not even the slightest signs of collapse, which inevitably remain after ground subsidence. Some scientists initially suggested that the island might have simply collapsed into a huge underground karst cave, but this theory was disproved after analysis of the deeper layers. The stone slab had no fractures indicating subsidence. On the contrary, it looked as if some force had carefully and evenly lowered it, without the slightest shift. Such movement cannot be explained by known geological processes. Mother Nature always leaves jagged scars and chaotic contours. Divers who descended to explore this underwater plateau discovered an even stranger detail. The entire rock surface was covered with a network of thin parallel grooves running at a precise angle. These lines were spaced at exactly equal distances from one another, creating the complete illusion of artificial carving rather than natural destruction. Some of these grooves stretched for tens of meters before disappearing into the darkness, raising the question, who or what could have left this gigantic engraving on the ocean floor? But that wasn't all. The water above this area behaved strangely. It seemed denser to the touch, instruments constantly recorded weak density fluctuations, repeating with a distinct, monotonous frequency. These fluctuations resembled vibrations, but were not associated with any currents. Sometimes this tremor could even be felt through the ship's hull, as if something were slowly moving or working beneath the giant slab, although no sound or thermal anomalies were detected. Local fishermen living on neighboring islands shared their memories. They spoke of an unusual fog that enveloped Raymond several days before its disappearance. This fog was unnaturally dense and moved not with the wind, but slowly crawled along the coastline, as if following some invisible path. Its deathly white hue was rare for these warm latitudes, where humid air usually forms darker, heavier vapors. At the time, many dismissed it as simply a strange weather phenomenon, until the island disappeared forever. Some islanders also claimed to have heard a low, dull rumble, like a distant bell, the night before its disappearance. This sound was perfectly steady, completely unlike the familiar roar of the ocean. The tremors lasted only a few seconds, and then just as suddenly ceased, leaving behind an oppressive, unsettling silence. And it was after this mysterious sonic shock that Raymond disappeared from the face of the earth. Although, we repeat, not a single instrument registered seismic activity. During further exploration at even greater depths, divers noticed that the rock slab that had replaced the island had protrusions on its underside, resembling giant supports spaced at regular intervals. These protrusions gave the distinct impression that they were supporting the slab from above before it somehow sank to the bottom. But such a mechanism is completely unheard of in nature. No known natural process is capable of creating perfectly symmetrical supports beneath a slab many kilometers thick. Everything looked as if this structure had a man-made technical basis. Some researchers have put forward the boldest and most terrifying hypothesis. What if Raymond Island was not just a piece of land, but the tip of a colossal ancient platform suspended above the ocean floor by some hidden underwater structure? This theory raises more questions than it answers. If such a platform truly existed, its creation would have required incredible expertise in material handling and weight distribution. However, not the slightest trace of a civilization capable of working with rock masses of such density and scale has been found in this region of the ocean. And one more detail, the water around the vanished area still has a different hue, as if a weak underwater current passes over the buried slab, distinct from the surrounding water layers. Natural erosion cannot create such an effect. Here, in the depths of the ocean, lies a mystery that would baffle any geologist. A gigantic slab rests on the seafloor covered in furrows, perfectly straight, as if drawn with a ruler. Who or what could have left such smooth and long scars on the seafloor? This mystery is directly linked to another, the vanished island of Raymond, which once stood right here. It simply evaporated, and no known natural process can explain how an entire island could have been wiped off the face of the earth. When modern instruments scan this section of the seafloor, they detect barely noticeable anomalies, slight temperature fluctuations. These changes are too small to indicate underwater geysers, but they are sufficient to suggest that some hidden, mysterious process is taking place beneath this gigantic slab. It seems that the slab's very material possesses properties that transcend the boundaries of conventional geology. There's another detail to this strange picture. The perfectly smooth surface of the slab is accompanied by a quiet, barely perceptible vibration, a low hum that can only be heard by those who spend weeks or months in these waters. Researchers who attempted to reconstruct the contours of the lost island from old maps made a startling discovery. Raymond's outlines precisely match the curves of this underwater slab. The island seemed to be an exact replica of what lay beneath it in the depths. This incredible symmetry gives rise to a bold, almost fantastical idea. What if the island was not just a piece of land, but the visible part of a vast structure that towered above the water for millennia, and then, as if by some invisible command, sank into oblivion? Of course, for official science, such a theory sounds too daring. But that's not all. Several observers have noticed that at night, the surface of the water above this spot becomes unnaturally calm. It turns into a perfect mirror, reflecting the stars with an almost frightening clarity, as if polished to a shine. And this sensation of a perfect surface lingers even on a moonless night. Every detail of this mosaic, the perfectly smooth slab, the finest furrows, the strange density of the water, and the low vibrations, comes together to form a single picture, a picture of some complex system slumbering beneath the ocean. It is invisible to the eye, but its presence is felt by everyone who approaches the spot where Raymond Island once stood. It's as if the memory of it has dissolved not in the seawater, but in a mysterious mechanism lurking in the dark depths. Let's now move on to dry land, to the ruins of an ancient complex lost among the hills. It was here that the first archaeologists, digging through the rubble, stumbled upon a small, transparent oval. At first, they dismissed it as nothing more than a fragment of rock crystal accidentally embedded in the masonry. But when one of the scientists held the find up to the sun, everything changed. Light passing through the stone revealed that its surface had been worked with incredible precision, unattainable by a simple natural cleavage. The oval refracted the sun's rays as if it had been polished over centuries using sophisticated tools. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the thickness of this object smoothly and evenly diminished from the center to the edges. This perfect geometry indicated that its creators possessed a profound understanding of how light behaves as it passes through different materials. The lens truly magnified objects, albeit with slight distortions. This fact alone is astounding, as creating such a thing requires knowledge of reflection, refraction, and angles of incidence, knowledge we believed ancient tribes simply did not possess. The mystery deepened when a scattering of similar oval objects was discovered nearby. Each one was unique. They varied in curvature, thickness, and transparency. It seemed as if ancient craftsmen were constantly searching, experimenting, and trying to create the perfect optical structure. But why? Why did a tribe that lived thousands of years before the official invention of optics need these complex instruments? And why were they hidden in the most secluded room of the entire complex? These questions continue to puzzle researchers. One theory is that the lenses could have been used to correct vision, a kind of ancient spectacles. This seems logical, as their magnifying properties are obvious. However, some of the lenses found were shaped in such a way that placing them against the eye would have been extremely uncomfortable. This suggests another use. Perhaps they were used in some kind of system for observing the starry sky. Or for working with fine details, for example, when applying intricate patterns to temple walls. But for now, these are just guesses, not supported by direct evidence. Analysis of the material from which the lenses are made revealed that it is a special type of transparent stone that was subjected to intense heating and then slowly processed. But the temperature at which such material begins to melt must be colossal. How did the ancient craftsmen achieve such heat? No smelting furnaces or tools capable of withstanding such temperatures have been found in the surrounding area. This fact only adds to the lens's mystery. One of the lenses, found deep beneath the earth, attracted particular attention. On one side, there was an unusual semicircular protrusion, too perfect to be a coincidence. Perhaps this was part of a mount, a groove that allowed the lens to be firmly secured in a specific position. If so, this is not just an isolated object, but a component of a complex device that once functioned within this complex. It may have been used to study microscopic objects or manipulate light sources. When the scientists conducted an experiment and shone a thin beam of light onto this lens, something incredible happened. An unusual reflection appeared on the opposite wall. Narrow lines of light formed a shape resembling a distorted square. Most strikingly, this shape changed depending on the angle at which the light passed through the lens. Such an effect cannot be achieved by chance. To create a pattern that can be used for calculations or observations, the lens must have a precisely calculated, predetermined shape. Then the researchers remembered other finds, stone slabs covered in a grid of fine lines. These lines intersected at angles that precisely matched the angles of light reflections created by lenses. This gave rise to a stunning hypothesis. The slabs could have served as screens for light projections, and the lenses as instruments for manipulating the beams. But this theory, for all its beauty, still awaits confirmation. A stone bowl was found in one of the adjacent halls, its interior polished to a mirror shine. Its purpose sparked a new wave of debate. This bowl could have served as a powerful reflector, concentrating light on a single point. If we imagine that the lenses and bowls were used together, we can begin to imagine a whole ensemble, a complex optical system in which light played a central role. This may have been connected to rituals dedicated to the celestial bodies, or perhaps to the study of the internal structure of the stone used to construct the complex's walls. Local legends, passed down from generation to generation, claim that the ancient priests of this place knew how to turn night into day using light trapped in stone. While this sounds like a fairy tale, the idea that ancient civilizations could manipulate light at a far more complex level than we're accustomed to, thinking no longer seems so impossible. The lenses are direct evidence of their knowledge of light refraction, and the mirrored surfaces of the bowls indicate a familiarity with the basics of optics, even if this knowledge was acquired intuitively. Scientists desperately searched for tools capable of processing such hard rock with such precision, but all they could find were a few stone fragments that could have served as primitive abrasives. None of these stones could have achieved the precision we see on the surface of lenses. Creating them required technologies capable of working at the micron level, which completely undermines our notion that ancient craftsmen made do with brute force and simple tools. Some experts have proposed another hypothesis. The lenses may have been used not for observation, but to concentrate sunlight, to start a fire or create localized heat. This idea is entirely viable, as any convex lens can focus light into a point and generate a tremendous amount of heat. If the ancients knew of this property, they could well have used lenses in fire rituals or even to process refractory materials. However, the absence of any traces of such activity, for example, molten rocks or scorched surfaces, relegates this theory to the realm of conjecture. When the first cavers descended into the cave system on the outskirts of this ancient settlement, they expected the usual scene: damp walls, chaotic piles of rocks, and the booming echo characteristic of underground voids. Instead, they were met with a strange, almost mystical silence, broken by a steady, clear echo with every step they took. This sound didn't wander through the corridors, fading. It returned with equal force and duration, creating a surreal sensation as if an invisible acoustic system were operating within the cave, controlling the sound. As they delved deeper, the explorers discovered that each tunnel had its own unique sound, unlike any other. When they clapped their hands or banged stones together, the echoes returned with astonishing clarity. It seemed the entire space had been designed to change sound with every step. This acoustic anomaly created an eerie feeling, as if the cave were alive and responding to your presence, changing its voice depending on where you were going. In some chambers, the resonance was so powerful that it seemed as if the walls contained vast voids. However, instruments lowered into the boreholes revealed a monolithic, dense rock that, by all the laws of physics, should have absorbed the sound rather than amplified it. But it didn't simply amplify it, it transformed it, generating new vibrations resembling a low guttural hum. And the strangest thing was that this hum sometimes repeated in the same places with a slight delay, as if the cave were memorizing the sound and reproducing it again. But the most stunning discovery came when the researchers returned to the lenses. Shining a beam of light on the largest of the discovered samples, they saw it break up into fine lines as it passed through the stone. These lines formed a pattern on the wall that matched the drawing on one of those very same stone slabs down to the millimeter. This coincidence could not be a coincidence. The structure of the drawing on the slab resembled a map, decipherable only in one way: with the right lens. If so, the lenses were more than just tools. They were the key to deciphering the secret messages left to us by the ancient masters. And today, these enigmatic Nemrud lenses continue to hold their secrets. Imagine descending deep into the earth, into the very heart of an ancient cave, where time seems to stand still. When the explorers entered the central chamber of this underground world, their gaze was drawn to something utterly anomalous. The walls here were not simply naturally polished stone blocks. Their surfaces were dotted with a multitude of perfectly shaped semicircular depressions, spaced at precisely equal distances from one another. It was as if some gigantic craftsman had raked the stone with his tool, leaving behind these perfectly smooth, rounded imprints. Such geometric precision defied everything we knew about natural processes. How could nature, whose primary tool is chaotic erosion, create something so orderly and symmetrical? But the most incredible discovery was yet to come. Each of these stone niches possessed its own unique, inimitable acoustics. A light tap on the edge of a depression or simply a break in the oppressive silence would trigger a sound from the surface, a long, low, and pure tone, reminiscent of the soft echo of an ancient musical instrument. Moreover, each niche sounded unique, as if each had its own note. This harmony of sounds created an eerie sense that the cave was not a random creation of nature, but a carefully designed chamber, constructed according to laws of acoustics that modern science has yet to comprehend. While conducting experiments, the researchers discovered another anomaly. Some corridors acted like resonators. They picked up sound generated in one part of the cave and carried it further, as if through invisible wires embedded in the rock. The vibrations were transmitted through the stone and repeated over vast distances, creating a stereophonic sound effect. This astonishing property cannot be explained without understanding how sound travels within dense rock masses. In the deepest part of the cave complex, there was a chamber where the laws of acoustics seemed to operate entirely differently. There was no familiar echo here. Instead, the researchers heard a quiet, drawn-out rumble that seemed to penetrate the walls. It felt as if a gigantic resonating slab the size of several football fields was hidden underground. This effect was felt not so much by the ears as by the entire body. A weak, low-frequency wave penetrated the chest, creating an unsettling sensation of something colossal moving deep beneath their feet. And this despite the fact that the most sensitive instruments didn't detect the slightest physical vibration. When the team attempted to record these sounds with professional equipment, they were met with another surprise. Analysis revealed that many of the sound waves had distinct, repeating patterns. The cave seemed to have a life of its own, creating its own rhythm independent of human presence. This rhythm was stable throughout the day, and only with the onset of night did subtle changes occur. Perhaps the cave responded to the slightest fluctuations in air temperature, altering its acoustic structure. In some areas of this underground labyrinth, the acoustic response was so powerful that sound, bouncing off the walls, returned with incredible speed. It created a physical sensation as if the space around was being compressed. Scientists theorize that these sites may have been ancient ritual instruments, where sound played a key role. Ancient local legends only added fuel to the fire. They claimed that this cave had always been considered a place where the earth itself spoke to people, and that ancient tribes used it to perform mysterious sound ceremonies. Legends claimed that on certain nights, strange vibrations could be heard from the depths, reminiscent of the song of the planet. But no one could provide a rational explanation, as the cave contained no underground rivers or drafts capable of generating such sounds at such depths. Comparing this cave with others in the region, the researchers were finally convinced of its uniqueness. No other had such a smooth wall structure or could reproduce sound with such purity. In ordinary caves, sound fragments, creating a chaotic polyphonic echo. Here, however, it didn't break apart, but smoothly dissolves into space, transforming into a long, pure tone, as if a complex network of invisible resonators were hidden within the stone. But the most disturbing moment came when the team listened to recordings made in complete silence. The equipment picked up a sound that no one present had heard at the time of recording. It was a deep, drawn-out rumble, like the grinding of shifting tectonic plates. Yet it was too steady and rhythmic to be a coincidence. Researchers debated the origin of this eerie sound for hours, but were unable to reach a consensus. Some advanced a bold hypothesis. Perhaps this cave was part of a vast ancient complex built on the principles of sonic resonance. Perhaps the recesses in the walls and smooth corridors were intentionally created to amplify and transmit sound waves for ritual purposes. After all, low-frequency vibrations are known to induce altered states of consciousness in humans. Ancient cultures may have exploited this, creating spaces that impact the mind. Thus, this subterranean symphony remains one of the most astonishing acoustic mysteries of the ancient world. Now, let's move from the depths of the earth to the ocean's surface, where an equally astonishing mystery awaits. It all began when local fishermen, following their usual route, suddenly felt their boat slow down. They suspected a new reef was hidden beneath the water, one that hadn't been there before. Lowering a long pole to check the depth, they were surprised to find it had hit solid ground. Beneath the water stretched a wide, flat rock mass, almost reaching the surface. It looked as if the top of a long, submerged hill, unmarked on any map, was hidden beneath the water. Researchers arriving at the site noticed that the water above this area had a strange, light turquoise hue, as if reflecting not sand, but a smooth stone slab. The first divers to descend were met with an incredible sight. Before them stretched a perfectly flat, sloping surface, covered only by a thin layer of silt and algae. This layer was easily scraped off by hand, revealing a smooth, polished surface beneath. Such striking smoothness defied conventional geological notions, as natural formations are rarely so neat. Examining the surface, the divers noticed thin, perfectly parallel grooves that ran the entire width of this underwater slope. They all ran at the same angle, as if some gigantic machine had once passed over the stone, leaving these precise lines. The repetition and precision of these marks seemed completely artificial. Currents and time create chaos, but here, strict order reigned, as if this inclined plane were part of some gigantic structure, a ramp for the ascent or descent of something massive. Moving deeper along the slope, the researchers discovered that it led to a wide, flat area. This platform looked like a foundation, the base for something enormous that once towered over it. Along its edges, protrusions were visible, resembling plinths for giant columns or pillars. Nature doesn't create such elements. Symmetrical protrusions of identical shape, equally spaced. When the team began exploring the edges of this underwater hill, a new discovery awaited them. The massif extended even deeper, forming gigantic steps. Each step was of the same height and width, as if the creators of this giant staircase had strived for perfect symmetry. This was completely unlike a natural landslide or erosion, which create chaotic cliffs and sharp elevation changes. Here, each level seemed calibrated with mathematical precision. What was particularly striking was the stone itself's strange properties. When struck with a special hammer, it produced a deep, dull sound, creating the distinct impression of a vast cavity hidden beneath the outer layer. However, ground-penetrating radar scanning the lower levels showed the massif to be completely solid, without any voids. Why then did the sound like tapping on a huge empty box? This anomaly remained unexplained. While exploring the edge of the platform, divers saw that part of the massif ended perfectly straight, as if a giant piece had been cut along a straight line. This line was so precise that it could have been mistaken for a laser cutter. What natural process could create such a perfectly smooth edge underwater, especially where currents constantly alter the bottom topography? This fact only strengthened suspicions that the structure was artificially created. An ancient legend, told by local elders, claims that a structure once stood on this site that could rise and fall with the sea level. While this sounds like a fantasy, the sight of this smooth, sloping ramp leading to a level platform makes one ponder. What if there's more truth to these ancient myths than we're accustomed to? Perhaps the structure really could change its height using mechanisms unknown to us. Some scientists have suggested that this may have been an ancient port complex that sank due to rising sea levels. But this theory, too, is questionable. The surface is too well preserved, and the furrow marks appear surprisingly fresh, as if they were submerged not thousands of years ago, but very recently. The mystery of the sunken hill continues to unravel. Let's travel to the cold, dark waters where a mystery known as the sunken Windman Hill lies on the seabed. This is more than just a geological formation. It's something that defies all known historical accounts. Imagine a massive underwater structure whose smooth surfaces, perfectly defined grooves, steps, and mysterious circular depressions create the impression of gazing upon the ruins of a sunken city. This image is crowned by a deep, seemingly man-made corridor leading off into impenetrable darkness. This is a fragment of ancient architecture belonging to a civilization that left no trace of itself on land. Strangely enough, the water itself above this spot seems unnaturally calm, as if the ocean preserves the memory of the time when this hill towered above the waves. Now, however, it rests in the silent depths, guarding a mystery for which modern science has no explanation. If we assume that this sunken complex was part of some complex structure, then the perfectly circular depressions spaced at regular intervals could have served as nests for gigantic columns or supports that supported something immense. These openings could have been the bases for massive stone or wooden pillars that have long since rotted away, engulfed by time and seawater. The deepest part of this underwater massif is particularly impressive. Here, the smooth surface of the hill drops abruptly, revealing an ominous, narrow corridor that leads even deeper into the very heart of darkness. The walls of this passage seem to breathe, curving inward, creating an eerie illusion of the corridor slowly shrinking, ready to swallow anyone who dares enter. Although its width remains constant, this optical compression effect evokes a primal sense of unease. The walls seem to move toward you, though this is merely a trick of the light and their bizarre shape. During one of the dives, researchers noticed barely discernible patterns on the corridor walls, composed of myriads of tiny dots. These dots form straight lines at a variety of angles, forming an incredibly complex design that is impossible to see in its entirety without a powerful spotlight. But even in bright light, the pattern remains hazy and indistinct, as if the technique used to create it was so delicate and intricate that millennia underwater have almost erased this message from the past. Some scientists have advanced a bold hypothesis. The sunken Windman Hill may have been part of an ancient temple or observatory, long standing on dry land and used for rituals or stargazing. But then it was swallowed by the ocean waters in a cataclysm whose nature we cannot yet comprehend. There is no geological evidence to indicate a sharp rise in sea level or sudden land subsidence in this region. Now let's move to a completely different place, to sun-baked land, where abandoned concrete foundations are scattered along the dry bed of an ancient river. When specialists first arrived here, they were sure they were looking at the remains of ordinary industrial facilities built in the last century. However, the hill on which they were located bore too many signs of artificial origin to be simply a natural formation. The very first measurements revealed that these concrete platforms were too ancient to belong to any modern structures. Their age didn't match any known construction era in the region, but what astonished the researchers even more was the shape of the foundations themselves. It was so unusual that it created the persistent impression that these platforms were designed to perform tasks completely incomprehensible to modern engineers. Upon closer inspection of the concrete slab's surfaces, the scientists discovered perfectly smooth, fine lines. These incisions stretched for tens of meters without changing either their thickness or direction. It seemed as if an unknown craftsman had worked here with a tool capable of cutting stone with laser-like precision, unattainable by ancient builders. This strange combination of perfect geometry and immense age led many to wonder who could have possessed such technology in that distant era, when humanity had barely learned to build strong walls from rough stones. The concrete itself turned out to be anomalous. Its structure resembled a mixture created using a principle unmatched by any known construction technology in history. Samples of the material possessed a density achievable only by modern industrial methods. However, the age of the slabs suggested they had been cast thousands of years before the advent of such technology. This mystery gave rise to two theories. Either the platforms were rebuilt at a later date, or their creators possessed knowledge long lost to our civilization. While studying the layout of the platforms, scientists noticed that many of them were arranged in perfectly aligned rows. If these rows were connected by lines, they formed a complex network, reminiscent of a gigantic electrical circuit. Interestingly, this network is unlike any known energy transmission system, although the layout of the platforms closely resembles a network of nodes through which some kind of power flow could have passed, distributing itself throughout the entire area. This similarity gave rise to the hypothesis that the entire layout of the complex is somehow connected to the energy flows of the Earth itself. Some sites revealed deep grooves carved with such precision that their shape had been preserved almost perfectly despite erosion and the ravages of time. These depressions appear to have been the seating areas for enormous structures, possibly columns or vertically standing structures. However, not a single trace of fastenings or remnants of metal components were found. The surface was perfectly smooth, as if these gigantic elements had rested on the platforms under their own weight, without any additional support. The most surprising discovery awaited the researchers near some of the slabs. They contained groups of small stone blocks. Analysis revealed that the blocks were monolithic, meaning they were carved from a single piece of rock. However, when struck, they produced a dull, vibrating resonance that was completely out of proportion to their size. This hollow sound created the impression of a hidden cavity. This led to the theory that the blocks may have been part of some kind of acoustic system related to sound or vibration. These properties were perhaps used to transmit energy or signals over a distance. While examining the complex's outer sections, researchers discovered that some slabs are aligned precisely with the sun's position on the equinoxes and solstices. This suggests that the ancient builders may have used solar cycles to activate or regulate the operation of this entire gigantic system. But the main question remains: how exactly was energy transmitted through the stone platforms? Concrete is not a conductor in our understanding of the word. Although certain minerals in its composition may interact with heat and light in unusual ways, this does not fully explain the phenomenon. The questions grew even more complex when a perfectly smooth stone surface was discovered beneath one of the slabs, covered in a grid-like structure of intersecting lines. These lines appeared to have been intentionally applied. If this were indeed the case, this grid could have been part of a complex mechanism. However, its operating principle is impossible to explain today, as no parts of this mechanism have survived. Local residents have passed down a legend from generation to generation that in ancient times these platforms came alive at night. According to legend, a faint, ghostly glow, reminiscent of distant lights, rose above them. While this may seem like just a beautiful fairy tale, some researchers have noticed that the surface of the slabs reflects moonlight unusually strongly. Subtle reflections move along the carved lines as if following invisible paths. This effect can only be observed at a certain angle of light, which adds to its mystique. When scientists mapped all the platforms, they realized their placement was far from random. In fact, they formed a gigantic grid, comprising dozens of points connected by geometrically precise lines. This grid replicates a pattern resembling a force distribution diagram. And while no one can say with certainty what exactly was distributed through these points, energy, information, or something else, the very precision of their placement testifies to the builder's profound understanding of the interactions between landscape elements. Some researchers speculate that the complex, which they named Liuqi, may have been part of an ancient system that harnessed solar, terrestrial, or vibrational energy for purposes that seem utterly fantastical to us today. The concrete platforms could have served merely as foundations for devices that have been destroyed over the millennia. But that raises another question. Why did this material itself, this ancient concrete, withstand thousands of years with virtually no damage? Its density and composition appear too modern for such ancient structures. One of the platforms is particularly interesting. Its surface is covered with strange marks resembling long, deep scratches. But they are not random. They form a distinct pattern resembling concentric circles. Moreover, each circle is positioned at a precisely equal distance from its neighbor. This arrangement creates the impression that the marks were left by some rotating element installed in the very center of the platform. Although this theory sounds improbable, the scratch pattern precisely matches the trajectories that would be left by a device rotating at a constant speed. When analyzing the material's composition, the researchers discovered tiny inclusions that were not immediately identifiable. These inclusions responded to temperature changes with subtle color changes. This suggests a striking possibility. The material could have been used to transmit information about the state of the entire structure using heat. Although such a feature seems inconceivable for ancient structures, the samples show that these inclusions are present in every slab, suggesting they were intentionally added. Today, the so-called Laoki power plants remain one of those great mysteries that spark fierce debate in the scientific world. Concrete platforms, precise lines, enigmatic grids, deep grooves, and the acoustic properties of the stone all point to the existence of a complex system, created long before the advent of technology capable of explaining its operation. Each slab here bears traces of wisdom, perhaps belonging to a long-vanished civilization that bequeathed to us this silent mechanism once vibrant, but now sleeping eternally. Here, in the deafening silence, an ancient mystery lies frozen. The mechanism of its origin is hidden from us, and its meaning is forever lost to time. Imagine the endless plains of Tanzania, parched by the blazing African sun. When the first explorers blazed their trails here, their local tribal guides reluctantly mentioned the mysterious Hopo people. These people, they said, lived in isolation, never allowing outsiders to approach and never revealing their villages. At first, scientists dismissed this as just another story about one of the many reclusive tribes leading a solitary life. However, their very first observations caused them to doubt their conclusions. It became clear that the Hopo people did not fit into any known classification. Their traces were found not in areas where tribes typically settled, but in completely wild, uninhabitable zones where it seemed impossible to establish even a temporary settlement. Collecting fragmentary information bit by bit, the researchers came to a startling conclusion. The Hopo never built their homes above ground. Their dwellings were always located in natural depressions, caves, and sinkholes. To this day, these settlements remain ghostly, as no one has ever been able to pinpoint their exact location. The few who have encountered members of the tribe unanimously recounted how the Hopo people vanished with incredible speed, as if literally falling through the earth. The next moment, the spot where a person had just stood was empty. No visible tunnels, no cave entrances. This incredible ability to vanish instantly became a key part of the legends surrounding this enigmatic people. But the oddities didn't end there. Shepherds tending their flocks at night told researchers something completely unbelievable. They claimed that on certain nights, a quiet, low-frequency hum would emerge from underground. This sound was so even and monotonous that it resembled a gigantic pulsation spreading through the soil. According to the shepherds, Such sounds unmistakably indicated the presence of the Hopo people somewhere nearby, even though no one had ever seen them at such times. It was eerily clear that this tribe possessed some kind of knowledge that allowed them to generate vibrations directly underground. When scientists decided to follow a trail of tracks left in the rain-damp soil, they encountered another anomaly. The tracks stretched in a perfectly straight line without deviating even a degree, as if their makers had moved with mathematical precision and a single, controlled rhythm. Such linearity was virtually impossible in rugged terrain, where any trail must constantly wind around obstacles. Hopo's tracks seemed to cut through the savanna, heading straight for hills previously unattributed to human activity. As the expedition approached these hills, they saw strange indentations on the ground surface, arranged in a wide circle. These depressions looked nothing like animal paw prints or natural depressions. They had unnaturally smooth edges, as if they had once served as supports for some massive wooden structures. But if the Hopo were indeed building on the surface, why had no one ever seen the structures themselves? And why did their tracks not lead inside this circle, but carefully skirted around it? One of the research teams, deciding to conduct a more thorough inspection, discovered barely noticeable thin cracks hidden beneath a layer of dry grass. All of them pointed in the same direction, appearing as if the ground in this area periodically rose and fell like a lid over a vast underground cavity. This led the scientists to believe that the Hopo used a whole system of underground passages leading deep into the hills. Attempting to widen one of the cracks, they encountered a narrow passage with a perfectly smooth surface, strikingly different from the surrounding soil. It felt dense and even slightly elastic to the touch, as if it were created from a material pressed using an unknown technology. However, no traces of tools could be found that could have been used to work the walls. This fact raised even more questions. Who, and more importantly how, could have created such a structure? After all, even the most skilled ancient craftsmen inevitably left traces of their labor, especially when working with dense soil. One of the scientists, lowering a sensitive sound measuring instrument into the passage, detected a faint but distinct vibration. It was exactly like the one the shepherds had described. When one began to move along the corridor, the vibrations intensified manifold, creating an indescribable sensation that the entire underground space was alive and responding to their presence. Many members of the expedition noted that the corridor seemed to breathe. The vibrations rolled in waves, moving in different directions. Some researchers suggested that the Hopo may have created their underground dwellings using unknown soil compaction techniques or unique natural materials. However, this explanation failed to explain the perfectly smooth walls and the complete absence of signs of cultivation. Local elders in turn shared legends that in ancient times, their ancestors were able to move underground, never building houses above ground. They believed the earth itself was a living being that provided them with shelter and protection. The tribe's people supposedly sensed its vibrations and understood the language of the soil. For a long time, these stories were considered mere folklore until researchers stumbled upon a real network of underground passages. When the expedition penetrated deeper into one of the corridors, they found themselves in a small expansion, a sort of chamber with vaulted walls. The vault's arch was so perfect that it was impossible to mistake it for a natural creation. Everything indicated that this space had been purposefully formed, perhaps for storing supplies or performing rituals. However, no artifacts or traces of human activity were found inside. When the explorers returned and shared their findings with the locals, they gave them a short and cryptic answer. If the earth has allowed you in, it considers you guests. This phrase underscored the people's deep belief that the underground passages belonged not to them, but to the planet itself, which decides who should be allowed in and who should remain outside. This mystical view of the world only deepens the mystery of the Hopo tribe, one of Tanzania's most secretive and inscrutable cultures. Their presence is felt everywhere, yet the material evidence of their life seems to have dissolved underground. A network of smooth corridors, strange vibrations, and empty chambers creates the persistent impression that these people truly lived in the bowels of the earth, possessing technologies that seem sci-fi to modern humans. Anyone who touches their traces leaves feeling as if they have glimpsed a secret that the earth is in no hurry to reveal. And another striking detail, the air in the underground chamber was absolutely fresh. It seemed as if a complex ventilation system existed there, allowing air to circulate freely. If these corridors had been abandoned hundreds of years ago, the air within would have been stale and musty. But it remained cool and light, as if the space were still in use. This gave rise to the boldest hypothesis. Perhaps the Hopo people still live underground to this day, completely cut off from the outside world. Now, let's move further south to the Malawi Hills. Here, as soon as they set foot on the rocky soil, the research team realized the local legends about strange stone surfaces were absolutely true. Directly before them lay a wide gray sheet, cut with such precision as if the rock itself had submitted to some powerful will. The edge of this fracture was striking in its precision, reminiscent of the mark left by a gigantic tool capable of cutting through the hard rock as if it were thick fabric. The more the team studied this anomaly, the more obvious it became. It wasn't just a natural crack. Along the entire length of the section, thin parallel grooves ran, cutting downward at the same angle. These lines had nothing in common with erosion marks or random chipping. Each one replicated the next with flawless precision, as if an invisible hand had raked a giant chisel across the rock mass, leaving a rhythmic pattern that nature could never replicate. Nearby, a second rock layer was discovered, tilted as if it had been deliberately aligned to meet the first. The boundary between the two massifs formed a perfectly defined triangular outline. The perfection of this geometric shape immediately caught the scientists' attention. Before them was no random rock fragment, but a fragment of some gigantic structure created with a specific purpose and according to a premeditated plan. No known culture in this region had left anything like it. One of the explorers, daring to go a little further, noticed a narrow entrance blocked by rocks. A tunnel began within it. Its walls were incredibly smooth and carved into an elongated perfect arc. It seemed as if this arch had been formed not by a primitive tool, but by some complex system that allowed the very structure of the rock to be altered from within, without leaving the usual chips and scratches. A little further down the slope, a sheer wall was visible, descending vertically to such a depth that the light from powerful flashlights barely reached its center. The surface of this wall was covered with perfectly round depressions, resembling the marks of a huge drill rotating at a constant speed. However, the depressions themselves showed no signs of overheating or friction, completely defeating any attempt to explain their formation by brute mechanical force. When attempting to break off a rock sample for analysis, the stone fractured in a completely unpredictable manner, as if invisible lines of force existed within it, predetermining the crack's path. This internal structure couldn't be natural, as ordinary rock always fractures chaotically. Here, however, the fractures followed clearly defined trajectories, as if the entire massif had once been subjected to a force that altered its properties at the molecular level. A small depression between the rock masses revealed yet another layer to this puzzle to the researchers. Its bottom was paved with enormous slabs, fitted together so perfectly that not even a blade of grass could grow between the joints. The seams formed a repeating pattern, as if the slabs were part of a single platform, a platform that had survived the disappearance of its civilization but retained traces of knowledge that modern engineers could only dream of. Several slabs bore neat, uniformly deep notches. It looked as if massive supports had once stood on them. But of the supports themselves, no trace remained. There wasn't a single splinter, not a single piece of melted metal. Imagine this scene. If a structure had once stood here, its collapse would have left mountains of rubble in its wake. But the area before us was strikingly empty, as if an unknown force had wiped everything out in an instant, without a trace. Step inside the tunnel, and the temperature difference is immediately noticeable. The air here is noticeably cooler than the scorching sun outside, and although logically air exchange with the outside environment should be minimal, this coolness doesn't feel stagnant or damp. On the contrary, it resembles a light, barely perceptible draft wafting from somewhere deep within the earth. One gets the distinct feeling that this space possesses its own hidden ventilation system, buried deep within the rock and operating without any visible signs. The thought that this tunnel is not abandoned at all but continues to live its own mysterious life, obeying natural laws unknown to us, naturally comes to mind. Just lightly tap your knuckles on the wall, and the sound doesn't scatter into chaotic echoes like in a typical cave. Instead, it carries deep into the cavern in a smooth, focused stream. Such acoustics are characteristic of structures built with a clear understanding of the laws of sound, not the random creations of nature. This suggests that the craftsmen who carved this passage understood acoustics far better than we might imagine, considering civilizations that left no evidence of technological progress. Higher up the hillside lie the fragments of another, even more mysterious stone massif. Its surface catches the moonlight and reflects it as if coated with a fine, glassy film capable of maintaining its luster for centuries. Just think, this stone has lain in the open air for thousands of years, exposed to all the rains and winds, yet its luster remains perfect, as if polished to a mirror-like finish unattainable by primitive handcraft. Moreover, this reflection is not static. It changes depending on the angle of the light, creating ghostly patterns on the stone surface that flash and vanish as quickly as they appeared. Ancient legends are passed down from generation to generation among local residents. They tell of mysterious artisans who possess the secret of softening stone. They are said to have possessed a special herbal mixture, accessible only to the initiated, which allowed them to shape rock like clay. For decades, the scientific community dismissed these stories as nothing more than a beautiful myth. However, when researchers saw with their own eyes these smooth, perfect arcs, the smooth, laser-cut grooves, and the flawless joints between the gigantic blocks, their skepticism began to melt away. These elements are so unlike the work of primitive tools that one cannot help but wonder, what if the artisans of the past truly knew how to alter the very structure of the stone without resorting to brute force? In the far corner of this area, an even stranger sight awaits us. Deep vertical cracks in the rock form a narrow corridor leading into the darkness. The walls of this corridor are covered with barely noticeable yet perfectly rhythmic incisions. They appear to be the imprint of powerful, uniform vibrations. It seems as if the stone itself was once subjected to incredible vibrations. The patterns these incisions form remain a complete mystery to us, but one thing is clear. They were created here deliberately. Each new discovery here only strengthens the conviction that Malawi's ancient builders possessed knowledge that defies the generally accepted picture of this region's development. Perfectly crafted surfaces, precise lines, round openings, tight joints, arched vaults, and cool, breathing tunnels. All of this combines to form a single, grandiose structure. It resembles the elements of some complex system created according to a carefully thought-out plan. But the purpose of this plan remains forever hidden from us in the mists of time. To this day, the mystery of Malawi's ancient masters remains one of history's most intractable mysteries. Each carved fragment of rock reveals the hand of someone, a precision that is utterly alien to the chaos of natural processes and inexplicable by the ancient technologies we know. Any explorer who finds themselves among these perfectly fitted slabs understands that before them are more than mere traces of a distant past. These are the shadows of lost knowledge, frozen in stone. Knowledge that time has not been able to destroy, but has only reliably hidden from our eyes. Each such mystery is a reminder that our world holds far more secrets than we've come to believe. Deep beneath the sea, in the bowels of the earth, among deserted hills and forgotten valleys, traces of ancient cultures whose knowledge vanished along with its last bearers continue to exist. Every enigmatic stone, incomprehensible pattern, mysterious corridor, or strange vibration reminds us that the past cannot always be pigeonholed and explained. Sometimes it hides in places where strict logic gives way to intuition and the feeling of touching something great. It's as if time itself has left us not answers, but only guiding signs for future searches. Looking back on everything we've seen today, one thing becomes clear. The desire to unravel mysteries is an integral part of human nature. This desire to explore the unknown, to grasp deeper meanings, that's what has driven us throughout our history. By delving into these mysteries, we don't just expand the boundaries of the known, we gain a deeper understanding of the world around us and our place in it. Thus, this thirst for knowledge becomes the core of our species, shaping us and giving our paths true meaning. Imagine a gigantic pattern etched into the desert surface, resembling an elongated polyhedron. But the desert is a master at covering its tracks, and any geometry here is doomed to oblivion. Every step, every gust of wind is instantly erased by the sand, leaving no trace of the past. Some archaeologists have dared to speculate that these mysterious spirals may conceal the stone foundations of ancient structures. However, when several daring expeditions attempted to drill down to the lower layers, they were disappointed. Instead of stone, they encountered incredibly dense layers of compressed sand, as if something colossal, weighing thousands of tons, had once pressed its mass into the earth. The structure itself disappeared without a trace, but left behind this gigantic imprint, too perfect to be a figment of nature and too deep to have been created by the capricious wind. Local tribes, whose ancestors roamed these lands for centuries, claim that on certain nights a low, deep rumble can be heard above the spirals. It seems as if the sand is vibrating under the pressure of invisible air currents emanating from beneath the earth. And although the scientists' sensitive instruments register no significant anomalies, the sensation of this deep vibration remains. Perhaps its source lies not in modern natural phenomena, but in the memory of the sand itself, a memory of ancient movements, sealed in the lower layers from a time immemorial, when the climate here was milder and the ground beneath our feet much firmer. There was another theory. The spirals could have served as a kind of beacon for ancient caravans. But this hypothesis quickly crumbled under its own weight. The spirals were too colossal to be mere road signs. Their creation would have required titanic effort and technologies that the ancient nomads who inhabited the oases scattered across the desert simply did not possess. To straighten dozens of these colossal circles would have required a force beyond the power of either tribes or early farmers. The legends of this desert whisper that long before these lands became a lifeless sea of sand, those who knew how to manipulate stone as if it were a soft, pliable material inhabited these lands. The stories say it was they who left these traces, which the desert tried for centuries to devour, but was never able to completely conceal. And if there is even a grain of truth to these myths, the spirals may be fragments of some colossal map, etched onto the planet's surface with the same precision with which a craftswoman traces a pattern onto fabric. Researchers, armed with modern technology, created digital terrain models, and they noticed something striking. At several points within the spirals, the surface formed barely perceptible elevations, as if the bases of ancient columns or platforms were hidden beneath the sand. But every attempt to excavate them ended in failure. The sand immediately subsided, burying all the pits as if some fragile, unstable layer lay beneath the surface, immediately reacting to any disturbance. Thus, any hidden structure remained inaccessible, preventing scientists from reaching its presumed base. The Sahara spirals remain one of those great mysteries that defy both wind and time. The desert holds its secrets, revealing only vague outlines and shadows of the past. Every attempt to explain them only gives rise to new, even bolder conjectures. And even if research ever advances, no one can say with certainty whether we will find direct answers. For now, these gigantic spirals lie amidst the endless sands, as if awaiting the day when a gaze will appear capable of seeing something more than mere lines on the surface. Let's now move on to the high, windswept plateaus of Olivia. When the first European explorers reached these inaccessible places, they noticed something completely unusual among the rocky slopes. From a distance, it looked like bizarre cliffs, but as they approached, an incredible sight unfolded. Before them rose entire groups of structures resembling elongated towers. They were not man-made, but they also bore little resemblance to natural geological formations. Their shape was too perfect, and their edges shimmered in the sun as if drops of molten-colored glass had frozen within. These towers rose to varying heights. Some barely rose above the surface, while others towered above a man. Each was composed of countless facets, polished to a mirror-like shine. Light, striking them, disintegrated into the finest stripes, reflecting at the most incredible angles. It seemed as if the towers were composed of myriads of tiny crystals that had somehow magically merged into a single monolith, leaving not a single seam, not a trace of connection. What's most striking is that these formations were arranged in groups, as if obeying some ancient order that existed long before humans arrived in these parts. It's as if this area was once a sacred spot, linked to the movement of the sun or the changing seasons. If you stand between the towers at a certain hour, you can see how the sunlight, gliding along their edges, draws a single line of light, connecting the disparate crystals into a single figure. Scientists hypothesized that ancient hot springs could have been the cause. Minerals rising from the depths of the earth could have been layered on top of each other for centuries. But this explanation didn't explain the perfect geometry. Natural deposits always leave uneven surfaces, cracks, and rough transitions. Here, however, the surface was so flawless, as if it had been smoothed by some high-precision instrument, capable of maintaining a uniform layer thickness at every centimeter. In one area where the towers stand particularly close to each other, a faint hum was detected. It was barely audible to the ear, but distinctly felt on the skin, a quiet, deep vibration, as if some hidden process were taking place within these crystals, awakened by the movement of the wind. Today, these crystal towers remain a place accessible only to a select few. The journey here is difficult and dangerous, and few dare to undertake such an adventure. But those who do manage to reach them unanimously speak of the ringing silence and strange, almost mystical tranquility that reigns in this place. It seems the very space here preserves the memory of a time when our Earth was very different. No one can explain what these crystals conceal or why they continue to grow among the lifeless rocks of the high mountain plateau. Each year, their facets become slightly higher, giving the impression that this structure is alive, not simply static. This process cannot be explained by the simple accumulation of sediment, as sediment cannot form perfectly straight lines. Here, each new layer falls as if following the original blueprint, without disturbing the perfect symmetry. The mystery became even more complex when a team of researchers analyzed the crystal's composition. They discovered traces of minerals normally found only deep beneath the Earth's surface. This raised a host of questions. At such altitudes, such elements are extremely rare. Therefore, either the towers somehow emerged from the deepest layers of the planet, or a process unknown to science once took place here, carefully lifting the minerals to the surface while preserving their perfect crystalline structure. Some bold hypotheses suggest that the towers may have emerged in a distant era, when the climate here was radically different from today, when the Earth's crust itself was just beginning to take on its modern form. Locals report that at dawn, the crystals begin to glow with a soft, warm light, although no instruments detect a rise in temperature. Could the light be not just a reflection, but part of the surface itself, creating the illusion that the towers are hollow inside? However, no attempt to shine a powerful beam of light on them has revealed any voids. This suggests that their internal structure is much denser than it appears at first glance. It's as if each crystal is able to retain light rather than allow it to pass through. According to legends preserved by local tribes, these crystals were considered a gateway between worlds. If a person stood in the center of a cluster of towers and remained silent, they could hear a sound resembling a soft whisper. Of course, most believe this is simply the wind blowing between the crystals. But perhaps this vibration is part of an ancient mechanism that once served a specific purpose. For example, the transmission of sound over a distance or the accumulation of solar heat. After all, crystals are capable of storing energy and releasing it in a slow, measured rhythm. Now, let's move to the southern coast, to a quiet bay. When local fishermen noticed the water had become unusually clear, they attributed it to a rare windless day. But when the sun's rays pierced the surface of the water deeper than usual, the outlines of perfectly straight lines appeared on the bottom, resembling the walls of a sunken city. At that moment, rumors began to spread along the coast that the sea had decided to reveal one of its ancient secrets, long hidden beneath the water's surface. Divers, descending into the blue abyss, discovered a structure resembling a vast corridor. Its walls ran strictly parallel to each other, giving the impression that someone had once carved a path here completely unintended for the deep sea. As the explorers advanced, it became clear that this was no accident of nature, no random jumble of rocks. Every edge was too smooth and the angles too precise to be the result of an ancient landslide or millennia of wave action. This underwater labyrinth consisted of several levels, the depth of each varying so slightly that it evoked a persistent sense of perfect symmetry. The aim of its unknown builders. Who were they? Humans? Or unknown forces, using technologies that defy our understanding of ancient architecture? The walls appeared polished, and the transitions between sections were so precise that it seemed as if the space had been carved out of the rock by some gigantic tool, leaving no chips or debris behind. The long, straight corridors were particularly striking. They ran so smoothly that divers could swim along them without changing direction until the last glimmer of light disappeared ahead. In these corridors, gentle rising currents of water could sometimes be felt, like a slow breathing. As if this enormous structure were alive, slowly exhaling under the pressure of the ocean. However, no underwater springs or cracks in the rock through which water could seep were discovered. Some experts suggested that the labyrinth may have been part of an ancient port city that sank underwater after a powerful earthquake. But this theory didn't hold water. It didn't explain the perfectly smooth walls or the complete absence of debris. Any destruction leaves chaos in its wake. Here, however, a strict, almost mathematical order reigned, as if the entire complex had been created in a single, monolithic style. Even those sections damaged by time retained their original form. Imagine a gigantic fissure on the floor of an ancient ocean. Its edges were unnaturally smooth, as if this catastrophe had occurred not by the will of nature, but as a result of some monstrous targeted blow. In this underwater labyrinth, amidst a chaos of debris, lay massive stone slabs, tilted at odd angles. Their entire surface was covered with fine parallel lines, as if a gigantic tool had left its incisions with mathematical precision. This astonishing uniformity would have led any paleontologist to suspect that the slabs were once not just stones, but served as supports or as part of some colossal prehistoric structure. However, none of the existing geological theories can explain the purpose of such a colossal complex, or why it arose in a place where tectonic activity inevitably doomed it to sink into the abyss. Today, this underwater labyrinth, provisionally named Calabria, is considered one of the greatest mysteries of the prehistoric world. No hypothesis provides a definitive answer to its origin. When researchers attempted to map the site, they were surprised to discover that its structure was anything but chaotic. Underwater corridors and canyons connected at such precise angles that they formed a complex pattern resembling a gigantic natural network. This network looked as if it had been created with a complete understanding of the direction of the deep currents. Indeed, the most striking thing was that the water moved through the labyrinth with surprising gentleness. It didn't create powerful eddies or whirlpools, leaving the impression that the space itself had been designed to allow currents to pass through without the slightest resistance. Ancient myths of some peoples, passed down orally, spoke of a sunken landmass where titans once dwelt and cyclopean structures towered. But these tales were too vague to be analyzed scientifically. One story, however, stood out. A local elder recalled his great-grandfather speaking of a singing stone that emitted sounds underwater. And when divers, exploring the walls of the labyrinth, touched some of the stones, they indeed detected a subtle, vibrating echo, as if the stone itself were responding to their touch, preserving within its depths the echoes of ancient sounds. But the strangest thing was yet to come. In some sections of the walls, narrow vertical channels were discovered extending far upwards. They ended in perfectly smooth cuts, as if they had once emerged to the surface and then been sealed by a collapsed layer of rock many kilometers deep. If we were to accept the incredible, that this labyrinth had once stood on dry land or was only partially submerged, one could assume that these channels served for ventilation or for the penetration of light. But neither hypothesis was ever confirmed. Anyone who descended into the depths of this labyrinth sensed a logic utterly alien to humankind. This logic is incomprehensible to the mind, yet it is felt in every line, every turn, every quiet echo rising from the primordial depths. It seems to silently suggest that the labyrinth holds a history that humanity has yet to decipher. Let us now travel to another corner of the ancient world, to Lake Catatumba, where millions of years ago an eternal, impenetrable night descended. It seemed as if the dark water absorbed all sound, creating absolute silence. But then on the horizon, faint flashes began to flare like the breath of a distant, gigantic flame. With each passing minute, these flashes grew brighter, until the entire sky was torn apart by a multitude of fiery lines soaring above the clouds. It was as if an invisible titan were setting the very air ablaze again and again, generating an eternal thunderstorm that raged virtually without interruption. Lightning bolts followed one another so frequently that the sky simply didn't have time to plunge into darkness. These blinding discharges displayed a peculiar, incomprehensible structure. The flashes did not appear randomly, but with astonishing precision repeated the same zones above the water's surface. Invisible lines of force guided them along a strictly defined route. Each discharge lasted slightly longer than ordinary lightning, leaving a trail in the sky resembling a thin, fiery corridor that disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. When the ancient animals that inhabited this area attempted to approach the epicenter of this phenomenon, they felt the air become thicker, as if saturated to the brim with a hidden, invisible moisture. A slight tremor permeated the very space, which seemed to vibrate with monstrous tension, despite the complete calm that reigned all around. This gap between sensation and reality suggested that the source of this phenomenon lay much deeper than anyone could have imagined. Perhaps it was related to geological features of the Earth's crust beneath the lake, which influenced the movement of air masses and created ideal conditions for the emergence of these bright streaks of light. Some modern researchers hypothesize that the thunderstorm is caused by warm methane currents rising from the lakebed and colliding with cold air masses from the Andes. However, this theory fails to explain why lightning flashes have occurred here almost daily for millennia. It's as if nature itself has found a way to start a perpetual motion machine here, a thunderstorm that never ends. Even on days of absolute calm, the discharges continued to flash as if an invisible mechanism operated according to its own schedule, regardless of the season or weather. For the ancient tribes who lived here thousands of years later, these lightning bolts became a natural beacon, illuminating their path on the darkest nights. They believed the flashes were signs left by powerful spirits dwelling in the surrounding mountains. And although these legends had no clear historical source, rumors of mysterious silhouettes that supposedly sometimes appeared in the lightning caused people to regard these thunderstorms with awe, perceiving them as something more than just a weather phenomenon. The closer observers approached the zone of maximum lightning activity, the stronger the wind became. But what was striking was that it didn't blow horizontally like a normal wind, but seemed to rise from the very earth, from the depths, pushing the clouds toward a single point where lightning erupted with a unique, furious force. This upward flow created an eerie sensation, as if the space above the lake were a portal through which colossal energy was escaping from the depths of the planet. Research has shown that the light from these lightning strikes reaches enormous heights. Each flash is visible from hundreds of kilometers away, illuminating the night landscape so brightly that for a moment it seems as if day has broken. But the strangest thing was that the sound of thunder was always delayed, creating a surreal sensation as if the lightning were flashing in one part of the world, while the sound was coming from an entirely different place. Imagine a prehistoric morning. A thick, milky fog hangs over the surface of an ancient sea, and when the first marine predators spot dark silhouettes moving completely silently among this shroud, they think they are simply rocks or tree stumps. However, when the fog begins to clear, an incredible sight appears before them: the motionless carcasses of giant sea lizards. As if abandoned by their masters, their dark flanks rise above the water, as if they came from another era, not belonging to this world. As the school of prehistoric sharks attempted to approach, it became obvious these colossal bodies showed no signs of life. The carcasses looked as if their inhabitants had died suddenly. There were no wounds left by predators that the waves hadn't managed to conceal. This was astonishing, as strong currents and swarms of scavengers in these waters usually leave nothing of a dead body within a few hours. Paleontologists who could study such a find would discover that everything inside these creatures remained intact, as if life had departed them voluntarily. Organs, muscles, and even the contents of their stomachs were in such order as if they were about to come back to life at any moment. Particularly striking would be the fact that the giants' mouths and jaws were closed, but not clenched in death throes. The perpetual thunderstorm over Catatumba remains one of the most mysterious phenomena on the planet. The echoes of its thunderclaps arrived belatedly, piercing the dense air, which seemed to absorb the vibrations, creating a viscous, dull tremor. If you stand on the shore for a long time and observe this celestial extravaganza, you'll notice that some flashes repeat with eerie regularity in the same spots in the sky, as if an invisible hand were drawing a gigantic, luminous figure in the atmosphere. This figure seems to have a life of its own, a rhythm of its own, completely unrelated to ordinary storms. Even in absolutely calm weather, the flashes continue to trace this pattern. They maintain their shape so precisely that it seems as if the atmosphere itself is subject to some external command. But what directs their movement? Some scientists have attempted to map these discharges, but the lines often form a chaotic pattern that cannot be explained by known weather cycles. This illogical form suggests that Catatumba lightning is more than just a natural phenomenon. Perhaps it is part of some profound process occurring simultaneously in the earth, water, and air, linking them into a single system, completely hidden from our understanding. Every time the night over the lake is illuminated by a new discharge, there is a feeling that it does not simply illuminate the space, but reminds us of an ancient force that has existed here since time immemorial and continues to live according to its own laws, without needing our confirmation or explanation. When future scientists attempted to tow the carcasses of the ancient lizards, they would budge with great difficulty. It seemed as if an invisible force was holding them in place, although the current should have been carrying them away rather than holding them. And at that moment, a second silhouette would appear nearby in the thick fog, and then a third, and all of them would seem to be moving in the same direction, despite the complete absence of signs of life. This astonishing consistency would be completely baffling, since drifting bodies move chaotically and never repeat each other's movements with such precision. Some experts have speculated that the carcasses may have been caught in the network of anomalous underwater currents that form in this region during rare seasons. However, this theory would not explain why the giants followed an identical course and appeared only in thick, foggy weather. It was as if they chose their own moment to be seen, vanishing again as soon as the fog thickened, leaving the impression of having entered another dimension where the water becomes impenetrable even to sound. When researchers opened them, the air inside would be stagnant and cold, completely inconsistent with the ambient temperature. A slight dampness would be observed within the body cavities, although there were no tissue injuries or ruptures. This would lead scientists to speculate about a hidden process that maintained a silence and cold within these bodies. According to eyewitnesses who observed similar phenomena, a faint, subtle shimmer would sometimes appear above the carcasses during inclement weather. It resembled a residual light, as if a final fading spark still lingered within the bodies. Several fishermen claimed that this light disappeared instantly as soon as they attempted to approach. It seemed as if the object itself did not wish to be approached too closely, although instruments only recorded minor fluctuations in the atmosphere. This strangeness was amplified by the fact that sensitive hydrophones would detect short, rhythmic pulses resembling signals. However, no one could determine their source, as dead bodies cannot produce sound, and there were no living creatures nearby. Any such technology, of course, could not exist without a power source. This barely perceptible signal could have originated in the darkest depths of the ocean, or it could have been merely the fading echo of some unknown process. And each time the research vessel approached, the mysterious pulses ceased, as if an invisible mechanism were holding its breath. Some scholars propose that these ghost ships were simply victims of powerful storms, cast adrift on old trade routes. However, this theory crumbled upon the first detailed examination. The wooden and metal parts of the vessels appeared surprisingly new, untouched by long-term corrosion. It seemed paradoxical that these ships had not spent months or years in salt water, but had appeared there only recently, despite their general dilapidated condition suggesting the opposite, a much longer and more arduous voyage. This glaring contradiction presented a real puzzle for analysts. Now let's move on to a completely different place. When the first groups of archaeologists ascended the high plateaus, wedged between inaccessible rocky peaks, they expected to find only the primitive traces of ancient shepherds' camps. But what met their eyes exceeded all expectations. Instead of crude huts, they stumbled upon gigantic, perfectly level platforms paved with stone blocks of incredible precision, a technology utterly inconceivable to local cultures. These man-made platforms stretched so far that there was no doubt here, far from any known civilization, a community had once flourished, leaving not a single line of its existence in historical annals. It was as if it existed in a parallel reality. What was most striking was that even after millennia, the blocks lying on the surface remained exactly the same height. It was as if neither fierce winds nor tons of snow had been able to wear away their edges. They remained unnaturally smooth, as if the stone itself had struck a deal with time. Their surfaces bore traces of workmanship left by craftsmen who had mastered the material without allowing a single chip. And the deeper the researchers dug, the more evidence they found. These platforms were merely the visible tip of something far more grandiose, an entire underground complex. In several places, mysterious voids were discovered beneath massive stone slabs, created with mathematical precision and calculation, as if they had once housed rooms. However, their ceilings were too low for human habitation. This led scientists to suspect that these spaces may have served a purely technical purpose, perhaps for storing valuables or for special rituals far removed from everyday life. No traces of fires, shards of pottery, or any other household artifacts were found inside these rooms. An even more chilling story was told by an elderly fisherman who witnessed an inexplicable phenomenon. One day, he spotted a motionless frozen vessel at sea, and when a thick fog began to descend, the ship's hull, he said, simply sank through the water without making a sound or leaving a single splash. It was as if the sea surface had opened up, silently swallowed it, and then closed again. Later, when rescuers and divers arrived at the scene, they thoroughly examined the seabed, but found nothing. No wreckage, not the slightest change in the terrain. The vessel vanished as silently as it had appeared. Today, these phantom ships are considered one of the greatest mysteries of the Korean Sea. No one can give a definitive answer as to what lies behind their appearance. Perhaps they are the result of deep currents, or perhaps discharges from the lower layers of the ocean, or processes that modern science has yet to detect. Every new witness repeats the same thing. These ships are like part of space itself. They live by their own laws and appear only when the sea decides to lift the veil of its secrets to man. Local mountain tribes have long known about these strange stones, which could not be worked with ordinary tools. Elders told their children legends about how in windy weather the stone platforms begin to sing. The wind passing through them creates a deep, soft echo. This sound creates the impression that a whole network of tiny channels is hidden within the stone. However, no geophysical research has been able to identify a structure that would explain this acoustic phenomenon. Of particular interest were the perfectly aligned walls buried under a thick layer of soil. These walls were constructed in a uniform architectural style, with each slab fitting so tightly against the next that it was impossible to slip even a knife blade between them. Such precision is astounding, especially considering that the known civilizations of these regions did not possess the technology to so perfectly fit stone blocks without the use of metal tools and painstaking grinding. When researchers attempted to determine the age of these structures, they reached a dead end. The data proved extremely vague, as inorganic stone does not retain traces of carbon, and dating was based solely on indirect evidence. Some sections of the complex indicated that it could have been built long before the first known mountain settlements appeared here. In light of these facts, the civilization provisionally named Lupata occupies a special place among the ghost peoples who vanished so completely, as if their history had simply vanished into the changing eras. One of the most mysterious discoveries was a stone circle assembled from gigantic blocks, apparently installed vertically. Their weight was such that lifting them without a complex system of levers and counterweights would have been simply impossible. This circle was connected to the main platforms by narrow corridors that led to the lower levels. There, in the semi-darkness, were perfectly smooth depressions in the floor, resembling support points for something massive. It remains unclear whether these depressions served as foundations for gigantic wooden structures or were part of some unknown ritual. Some scholars speculate that the Lupata civilization may have perished as a result of a powerful earthquake or a sudden climate change, as mountainous regions are extremely unstable. However, this theory fails to answer the main question. Why are the stones so completely free of signs of destruction? Many elements of the complex appear to have been cleared of centuries of dust only yesterday. This pristine freshness of form creates the eerie impression that the artisans abandoned their workstations only moments ago, despite the geology of the area screaming otherwise. Moreover, the strange stones found near the platforms also raise questions. They resemble fragments of some kind of tool, but their shape is too unusual. The edges of these artifacts appear melted or polished to a shine, as if the tool used to process them was used at extremely high temperatures. Now imagine a dense, impenetrable jungle on a lost island in the ocean. When explorers first came across strange stone outcrops jutting out of the ground like the bones of an ancient skeleton, they initially assumed they were just strange cracks in the rock. But once they began clearing them, it became obvious. The stones were arranged in an extremely orderly fashion. Someone had long ago arranged them into a single contour, echoing the outlines of a vast platform hidden beneath a thick layer of soil and the roots of centuries-old trees. And this platform turned out to be only a small part of a colossal complex. As they delved deeper into the jungle, archaeologists made a discovery that stunned the scientific world. They discovered sections of stonework crafted with such incredible precision that some blocks were virtually seamless. This made them wonder about the technology of ancient builders. Could they have possessed tools that could smooth stone surfaces to a mirror-like smoothness? It seemed impossible, especially given the primitive knowledge of the local tribes of that era. A particularly striking feature was a stone circle concealed beneath a dense canopy of vines, consisting of tall, upright slabs. They were set at a precise angle, creating a complex geometric pattern that changed depending on the sun's position in the sky. Some researchers noticed that on the solstices, the shadows cast by the slabs formed a complex pattern, strikingly reminiscent of a map. The idea seemed too bold, but the coincidence was too precise to ignore. When the team ventured into the lower levels of the complex, they discovered narrow passages extending deep underground, directly beneath the stone slabs. The walls of these passages were so smooth that they appeared to have been carved by a long, thin blade, piercing the stone like a knife through butter, leaving a perfectly smooth surface without a single chip. This fact baffled the scientists. Why had no known culture in the region possessed the skills to construct such structures without the utmost effort? The Lupata complex remains a place of power to which scholars return again and again, trying to unravel its mystery. Who built these sites? For what purpose? And why did this great culture vanish so completely that even myths and legends have forgotten its name? Every removed layer of earth raises more questions than answers. It's as if the civilization itself deliberately chose to remain in the shadows, leaving our world with only its perfectly smooth stones, the cold echoes in the mountains, and the bottomless abyss into which any rational explanations vanish. It seems the local craftsmen didn't possess the same processing techniques we know today. This suggests that the Lupata civilization may have possessed technologies that haven't survived to this day, weren't recorded or passed on, leaving behind only these stone shadows of their great knowledge. An attempt to conduct deeper excavations revealed another level beneath the main complex, consisting of small rooms laid out with identical blocks. Although the rooms were empty, their symmetrical arrangement indicated that the builders had a clear master plan for the entire structure. Such remarkable thoughtfulness indicated a high level of organization, something completely uncommon for island settlements, which typically built much simpler dwellings. Descendants of local residents pass on stories of mysterious people from the sky who arrived on the island many generations ago and then departed just as suddenly, leaving no trace of their existence. These legends claim that the newcomers possessed a unique understanding of stone, allowing them to effortlessly move enormous slabs. While there is no evidence to support these myths, they remarkably closely echo the mysteries of the ancient complex, perhaps preserving the memory of something incomprehensible. One of the stone slabs possessed a truly anomalous feature. When standing on it, the surface beneath your feet began to vibrate slightly, as if a cavity or some kind of mechanism were hidden within the stone. However, all attempts to reach this possible hiding place failed. The stone proved incredibly durable, and modern tools left only meager scratches on it. This speaks to the extraordinary hardness of the material, which is not found in the island's natural rocks. A logical question arises: were these stones really brought here from far away? At the very top of the island, a dilapidated stone staircase was discovered leading directly to the cliff. It looked as if it had once connected to some observation deck, long since reduced to dust by time. The steps of this staircase were remarkably straight, and even those that remained preserved their perfect geometry, defying centuries of erosion. Imagine ancient stone slabs with lines cut into them at a precise angle. Each line maintains a precisely uniform depth, as if an unknown craftsman had carved them in a single, continuous, confident stroke. This technology was completely at odds with the methods of local builders who preferred to work with roughly hewn, uncut boulders. When scientists pieced together the arrangement of all the discovered fragments, a striking picture emerged. The entire complex formed a gigantic figure that precisely replicated the compass rose and the contours of the horizon. This suggested some kind of ancient observatory, a complex system for observing the world. However, this hypothesis is shattered by the harsh reality. Not a single instrument or inscription has been found that could confirm that the ancient architects were engaged in the study of nature. Only stones remain. silent witnesses who look as if they were part of a great knowledge that disappeared into oblivion along with its creators. To this day, those who erected these structures in Palmyra remain one of the most mysterious civilizations in history. Their invisible presence is felt in every worked block, on every leveled site, yet at the same time it seems incredibly distant, as if they have come to us from an entirely different alien era. Their trace in history has virtually disappeared, leaving behind only enigmatic stoned lines. These lines continue to preserve the memory of a people who passed away so quietly that even the all-powerful sea could not completely erase the traces of their great work. Now, let's travel to another point in the world. When the first brave explorers approached the foot of the cliffs that towered menacingly above the sun-baked plain, a sight met their eyes that chilled their blood. The surface of the rock was riddled with dark holes positioned at various angles. These openings resembled the parts of a colossal mechanism that had long since ceased to function. And yet, its shape was so perfectly preserved that it created the eerie impression that its creators had just departed, leaving behind only a fragment of a gigantic structure that extended deep into the mountain range. Upon closer inspection, the researchers were astonished to discover that these holes led to long, perfectly smooth channels, extending downward at an angle that could not be explained by any natural process. Normal erosion, driven by water and wind, always creates chaotic, uneven shapes. But here, the channel walls were striking in their incredible, almost polished smoothness. It seemed as if someone had repeatedly dragged a gigantic rod through the rock, leaving behind a track of exactly the same width along its entire length. This perfect geometry, preserved for millennia, only adds a special ominous power to this mystery. When scientists attempted to measure the depth of these stone pipes, they discovered that some of them extend tens of meters into the mountain. Others are interconnected, forming a complex network that cannot be imagined as the result of chance. This network appears meticulously designed, as if it were intended to transport liquid, air, or some unknown substance that has long since evaporated, leaving behind only these perfectly smooth channels within the stone. Remarkably, some of these pipes have different diameters. Moreover, the transition from wide to narrow sections occurs smoothly, without any sharp breaks. This creates the impression that ancient craftsmen used a tool capable of literally pushing apart the stone without breaking it, creating a perfectly smooth surface within. Technology capable of such an accomplishment was not found in any known culture of the region, as local tribes typically used the most primitive stoneworking methods. After taking samples of the material for analysis, the researchers encountered another paradox. Some of the pipes were composed of fossilized material, structurally reminiscent of ancient wood. However, others had a layered structure, characteristic of rocks formed under enormous pressure. This contradiction raises a host of questions. Could nature have behaved so unusually, creating completely different geological deposits in the same place? Or is this pipe network the result of several stages of activity by a civilization long since vanished from the face of the earth? Some scientists have suggested that the pipes could be the fossilized roots of giant prehistoric trees. However, this theory crumbles upon closer examination of their internal structure. The perfectly straight lines and smooth walls appear too artificial. Tree roots never create uniform, geometrically precise shapes in stone. Moreover, many of the pipes are positioned at angles that are completely at odds with the natural direction of plant growth, making this hypothesis extremely unlikely. Another important detail is that near these pipes, sections of rock were discovered that resemble leveled areas, which could well have once housed some kind of structure. The surface of some of these areas appears so smooth and level that it's clear they were leveled either by hand or with some kind of sophisticated tool. Normal erosion would quickly destroy such areas, but here the stone seems to stubbornly resist the ravages of time, preserving its unique, man-made structure. When attempting to trace the overall layout of the pipes, it became clear that they formed a single figure resembling a gigantic network. If you mentally connect all the inlets and outlets of the channels, you can see a contour that may have been part of a vast mechanism related to the movement of water. It is known that powerful underground springs once existed nearby, capable of feeding such a system. However, no traces of water remained inside the pipes. Local residents have passed down a legend from generation to generation that in ancient times, a prolonged humming sound emanated from these rocks, especially at night, when the air became denser and better conducted sound. Some believed this was due to pipes that could transmit sound over long distances or amplify ground vibrations. Although the legend has no scientific evidence, a strange sound can sometimes be heard here, as if the wind, passing through narrow channels, creates a quiet, low tone reminiscent of a whisper that extends along the entire rock wall. Some researchers have suggested that the pipes may have been part of an ancient ventilation system. However, this theory also raises many questions, as no traces of large structures or any evidence of complex architecture have been found in the region. Nevertheless, the very structure of the pipes suggests that they could not have been created without a specific purpose. After all, perfectly smooth passages do not arise by chance. They always indicate a deliberate activity, which we are currently unable to determine from the remaining traces. Today, the Baigong stone chimneys remain one of the most enigmatic structures in the region. No one knows who created them, when, or most importantly, why. Their shape, depth, and the unusual network that permeates the rocks suggest a process that defies any logical explanation. Everyone who visits the site notes a strange sensation. The chimneys seem to cling to the mountain, preserving a silence within their depths that can only be heard by pressing a hand to their cold, stone surface. Here's a completely different story, no less mysterious. When the first reports of the vanished village of Kolin reached the nearest town, no one took them seriously. After all, small settlements sometimes disappear from maps after strong storms or landslides. However, when rescuers arrived at the site where, according to the map, Kowloon should have been, they saw only a completely flat area covered with dry grass. The ground looked as if countless hurricane winds had swept across it, literally scraping every last stone off its surface. There were no traces of houses, no remains of fires, not the slightest sign of destruction. What was particularly striking was that this empty area was surrounded by neat, even rows of shrubs, which in the wild never form such regular lines. This strange, almost unnatural uniformity created the impression that someone had carefully removed all the buildings and then reshaped the landscape itself to make it appear as natural as possible. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the ground here was unusually soft. Underfoot, it felt as if there were hidden voids beneath the surface, preventing the soil from settling, creating an unsettling sense of depth. When they began examining the soil, they discovered that beneath the top layer of grass and earth lay a dense, compacted layer. It resembled an old leveled surface where buildings once stood. But this surface was impossibly clean. Even in the places where trash, coal from fireplaces, and broken household utensils usually accumulated, there was absolutely nothing. It was as if someone had carried out a thorough cleaning or moved everything here entirely, leaving behind only an empty outline that offered no answers about the fate of hundreds of residents. A local legend circulated that several days before the village's disappearance, many heard a low, vibrating sound like a distant hum at night. It drifted slowly across the valley, raising a light mist in its wake. This mist moved completely differently from the usual morning mist. It seemed to follow a clearly defined trajectory, skirting the hills and then slowly descending directly toward the village of Kowloon. Many at the time dismissed it as a mere trick of the wind, but the complete disappearance of the entire settlement led them to consider a possible connection between these phenomena. When experts tried to determine whether people could have left the village voluntarily, they found no traces of a mass migration. The disappearance of Kowloon became one of the most inexplicable mysteries. There were no signs of panic, no signs of struggle or destruction, no evidence of people leaving anywhere. Neighboring settlements had seen no caravans or even small groups of refugees. Even livestock, which always leave behind numerous traces, vanished without a trace, as if they had vanished along with the village overnight. Not a single footprint remained in the soft soil around them, which seemed physically impossible, as such a mass movement of people and animals always leaves thousands of tracks. One of the researchers noticed barely noticeable depressions around the perimeter of the empty area. These marks could have been left by pillars that supported some lightweight structures. However, the structure of these depressions did not resemble typical house foundations. They were arranged perfectly symmetrically, creating the impression that this site was not a typical settlement, but rather a collection of identical modules that could be quickly disassembled and carried away. As a result, the ground remained almost perfectly flat. The strangeness of the situation was heightened by another discovery: small stones grouped in groups of 3 or 4. These stones could have served as markers or landmarks for the inhabitants, but their shape was too regular and their edges were gently rounded. The color and texture of the stones indicated that they had been brought from somewhere far away. All this created the impression that the disappearance of the village was not due to some natural disaster, but to some pre-planned process that was part of the life of this settlement. When the team attempted to scan the subsurface using ground-penetrating radar, the instruments revealed something incredible. Deep underground, voids were discovered, arranged in perfectly straight lines, intersecting at exactly right angles. This suggested that an entire network of underground tunnels or structures lay beneath the vanished village. Within this ancient rock lay an entire system of fossilized passages, which could theoretically have served as some kind of prehistoric storage facility. However, a key question arises. If these tunnels were part of the life of an entire settlement of ancient creatures, why has no one ever found their remains? And where have all the traces of those who might have used them disappeared to? Some paleontologists initially hypothesized that the entire area might have been the victim of a gigantic avalanche buried under tons of rock due to the displacement of underground strata. But this theory crumbled to dust almost immediately. The surface above the tunnels hadn't collapsed, but appeared perfectly smooth, as if polished, which completely contradicts the mechanics of such cataclysms. When the ground collapses, it leaves behind a chaotic landscape of jagged cracks and ragged faults. Here, however, everything looked as if an invisible hand had smoothed the surface. The remaining soft contours of the landscape resembled traces that time had never completely erased. Every new explorer arriving at this mysterious site comes to the same conclusion. The ancient settlement, it seems, wasn't destroyed or buried. It was razed or removed entirely, as if it had never been there. All that remains is empty, leveled land, deep within which lie hidden lines that defy any earthly logic. Now let's move on to the rocky areas between the sea cliffs of the ancient continent. When the first paleontological expeditions climbed these plateaus, they discovered absolutely incredible formations on the rock surface, resembling perfect semicircular bowls. And inside each bowl were the finest crystalline threads, looking as if some creature had woven them by hand. The shapes of these bowls were too regular and precise to be the result of simple weathering. Each one curved at the same angle, creating a perfectly smooth and even surface. Upon approaching the crystals, the scientists were astonished. They glowed with a soft inner light that did not fade or change with the weather or time of day. It seemed this structure possessed an incredible ability to accumulate and retain light. If you looked at it from a certain angle, you could see how the thin threads intertwined, forming a complex pattern reminiscent of a spider web or a neural network. This network appeared so orderly and symmetrical that it was almost impossible to believe it could have come from a random natural source. Natural structures rarely exhibit such precise geometry. But the most astonishing thing was yet to come. Upon touching the crystals, they were inexplicably warm, while the surrounding stone remained icy. This created an eerie sensation, as if these threads still retained or were transmitting some kind of energy. Some areas even emitted a barely perceptible tremor, like a faint pulsation. If I brought my hand close to them for a few moments, this sensation intensified, calling into question the very nature of this warm, living movement within the dead stone. When the researchers shone a powerful flashlight beam at the structure, it partially passed through the crystals. However, a faint but distinct shimmer emerged within them, precisely following the direction of the threads. Each thread seemed to reflect and refract the light, creating miniature light waves within itself. This reaction appeared as if the structure were reacting vividly to external influences while maintaining its pristine shape. Interestingly, none of the subsequent tests revealed any changes in the material after exposure. Some scientists suggested that these nests may have formed as a result of geological processes driven by ancient geothermal springs. However, this theory quickly fell apart. Hot springs never create perfectly smooth, semicircular basins, and crystal formation in such conditions always follows chaotic, random lines. Here, however, each strand was arranged as if someone or something had carefully monitored its direction and maintained a single, precise rhythm. A natural explanation for this was impossible. The strangest thing was that these nests appeared in areas located at completely different altitudes. The sensation of this phenomenon lingers like an echo of some invisible, grandiose event still hidden beneath the Earth's surface. Today, these crystal nests remain among the most incredible and inexplicable discoveries in paleontology. Their shape, inner light, and mysterious vibrations create the impression that they contain some higher logic that the human mind cannot yet comprehend. Anyone who sees them for the first time notes that the very space around them seems different, special. The nests seem to continue a silent dialogue with the earth, sky, and wind, guarding a secret that has never been revealed. All of these structures are virtually identical in size, creating the impression that they were distributed according to a specific, deliberate pattern, with perfectly even intervals between them. This pattern is obvious even without special equipment. Looking at the slope, one can see this invisible order hidden beneath a layer of vegetation and the stone crust of time. Local legends, passed down orally, claim that on moonlit nights, the crystals inside the nests reflect light especially brightly, creating a soft bluish glow visible even from a great distance. It's worth considering how this ancient structure interacts with cold moonlight as opposed to daylight and sunlight. Some researchers made desperate attempts to collect crystal samples for study, but the slightest attempt to separate even a single strand instantly destroyed it and the entire surface around it, turning into a fine powder and completely losing all their remarkable properties. This indicates that the structure can only exist in a complete, integrated state, as if myriad strands were holding each other together in a single, fragile form. Any external interference results in its complete destruction, making detailed study virtually impossible. Scanning the deep layers of rock beneath the nests revealed tiny cavities, creating the impression of a slight depression at the very base. In these voids, instruments occasionally detected a faint, barely perceptible vibration, reminiscent of air movement or a flow of water. However, no source of this movement was observed nearby. Could this vibration originate within the structure itself? It seems the crystals are capable of capturing the most subtle vibrations of the Earth's crust and transforming them into this soft, almost living tremor. Some bold minds have suggested that the nests may have been part of some ancient device, perhaps connected to the measurement and control of natural processes. The structure is too precise and complex to be a coincidence, and its distribution across the landscape resembles a pattern that once held great significance. But not only its creators have vanished, but also the knowledge of it, leaving behind only cold stone and mysterious crystals that continue to glow silently in the night. Now imagine a different scenario. When a team of paleontologists finally reached the site of the unique geological feature known as Red Dome, according to old maps, they saw nothing. Before them stretched only a flat, lifeless plateau covered in fine rock dust. Not a single fragment of the gigantic formation remained on the surface, as if this massive dome had been excavated entirely from the earth. The first reports of this geological wonder's disappearance reached the scientific center, but at first no one could believe that an entire mountain could vanish so suddenly and without a trace. Modern monitoring equipment records any seismic changes, and every major geological formation leaves a trace, even after destruction. Upon closer inspection, the researchers noticed that the ground beneath their feet appeared strangely smooth, as if something incredibly heavy had recently stood on it. However, the foundation itself remained inexplicably smooth, which was alarming. When any massive structure is destroyed or dismantled, traces are left behind: debris, cracks, depressions. Here, however, there were no traces of even the smallest fragments of colored rock, which usually scatter for kilometers, creating bright spots against the gray stone. The low shrubs growing around the perimeter of the site attracted particular attention. Their symmetrical, almost perfect arrangement seemed so unnatural that it created an eerie feeling, as if the vegetation was trying to hide its traces, but had done so too hastily and clumsily. Typically, such dense, even rows take decades to form, but here the shrubs looked young and fresh, as if they had grown in an incredibly short time immediately after the dome's disappearance. This led the scientists to speculate about strange, anomalous processes occurring in the local soil. When the specialists began drilling and delving deeper into the soil, they encountered an incredibly dense crust directly beneath the top layer. This crust resembled the sintered, petrified soil that forms under enormous, sustained pressure. However, it was too smooth, without a single characteristic crack or bend that inevitably develops over thousands of years. It seemed as if this surface had formed rapidly, almost instantly, as if some gigantic force evenly distributed across the entire surface had acted upon it, and this force vanished as suddenly as the dome itself. But the most astonishing discovery was made on the northern side of the plateau. Sensitive instruments detected a faint residual heat that was completely at odds with the ambient air temperature. This heat was preserved in small spots, arranged at uniform angles as if they precisely mirrored the outline of some device that had once been on the surface. But if this was a thermal signature, then why was the rest of the surface icy? And how could this signature persist, even though sufficient time had passed for the stone to cool completely? Today, the disappearance of the Red Dome remains one of the most mysterious events in the history of exploration of this region. The site where it once stood appears as if it had been carefully carved from the landscape, leaving not a single fragment, not a single crack, not a single detail. Every researcher standing on this level platform experiences the same sensation. The space seems so empty and alien that it feels as if a force capable of altering the very structure of matter has acted here, yet leaving no visible trace. The ancient tribes living nearby passed down legends from generation to generation that long before the mountain disappeared, hunters heard a strange sound at night, reminiscent of a low, drawn-out echo that slowly drifted across the valley. This echo moved as if something enormous and invisible were shifting its position in space. However, no one ever saw any lights or flashes, which may indicate that the source of this sound was deep underground. No geological survey has revealed any voids beneath the plateau, although strange vibrations in the ground continued to be felt at isolated points for a very long time. The strangeness of the whole situation only intensified when researchers discovered small, perfectly round depressions just a few steps from the supposed center of the site. These depressions formed a perfect circle, exactly matching the diameter of the base of the vanished dome. Surprisingly, their shape was too smooth to be traces of any supports. The characteristic dented, jagged edges were absent. This suggests that the depressions may have formed not due to the weight of the structure, but as a result of some completely different, unknown process. It's as if we're witnessing the aftermath of some mysterious process, originating deep within the earth, but affecting only its thinnest, most superficial layer. When a team of specialists began modeling possible scenarios for this disappearance, a theory emerged of a powerful vortex flow that could literally rip the entire structure from the ground and carry it into the sky. However, this theory crumbled to dust upon the first test. Imagine, not even the most violent tornado could lift multi-ton equipment without leaving the slightest trace of colossal destruction. And here, the surface at the station site was perfectly, unnaturally smooth. Such vortices always leave behind a scene of utter chaos: uprooted trees, plowed, upheaved earth. Some experts put forward another idea. Perhaps an underground shift had simply swallowed the station, pulling it deeper. But this hypothesis also didn't hold water. The soil hadn't collapsed or sunk. On the contrary, it looked as if an invisible giant hand had laid a perfectly flat slab over the site. This artificiality is palpable in every centimeter. The ground here is resilient and incredibly dense, as if it had been recently compacted by some powerful machine, which is completely at odds with the behavior of a natural landscape. The picture changes as we mentally follow the first explorers to the foot of the forested hill. There, they encountered a striking phenomenon. The familiar softness of the forest floor beneath their feet gradually began to give way to smooth, polished stone surfaces. There was a persistent feeling as if someone, in time immemorial, had leveled a vast tract of land with pinpoint precision, transforming it into some kind of gigantic plaza. But this plaza was not monolithic. It was composed entirely of numerous stone slabs, separated by thin, perfectly aligned lines. Together, they formed a complex network in which the same geometric motif was repeated over and over again. Taking a closer look at this incredible field, the researchers saw that each individual slab was shaped like an irregular polygon. Yet, the lines dividing them were so straight that it seemed as if the surface had been cut by some fantastical instrument, capable of easily cleaving the stone and leaving behind deep grooves of exactly the same width. Most astonishingly, the depth of these grooves was consistent along their entire length from the center to the very edges, a fact that completely negates any theories about natural weathering. Nature always creates chaos, not mathematical precision. What was particularly striking was the fact that many of the slabs were slightly tilted, and this angle was meticulously repeated across the entire surface. This created the feeling that this was not a random natural formation, but the result of a carefully thought-out plan. Every line, every groove seemed to direct the eye in a specific direction, as if some master strategist had traced a route here that could only be discerned from a bird's eye view. And this direction, it turned out, precisely coincided with an old riverbed that had dried up many millennia ago, only adding new questions to this collection of mysteries. While attempting to determine the origin of this stone, researchers encountered yet another paradox. Analysis revealed that the slabs are composed of a very dense rock, found naturally only at great depths in the Earth's mantle. This creates a genuine geological dilemma. Either these layers were somehow miraculously extruded from the depths of the Earth, or something delivered them here from afar. However, neither explanation seems exhaustive, as the massif is too perfectly aligned and the arrangement of the slabs is subject to too strict a logic to be the result of blind geological processes stretched out over time. In some areas of this field, thin, barely noticeable grooves were visible, converging into perfect concentric circles. These circles looked as if someone had drawn a giant compass with a sharp blade across the stone, creating flawless lines. They were unbroken, even where the slabs were slightly offset from each other. How could such a shape have arisen without a tool capable of cutting the stone with uniform force and to the same depth? When scientists attempted to measure the surface temperature, another surprise awaited them. It turned out that at night, the stone in certain parts of the field cools much more slowly than usual, as if some source of residual heat were hidden within. This stone field remains an absolute mystery, impossible to explain with conventional theories. Every line, every slope, and every shape literally screams for intelligent intervention. However, no people who have ever lived in these lands possessed the technology or knowledge that would have allowed such a miracle to be created. Therefore, the field stands frozen in silent anticipation of someone who will one day be able to decipher its secret language, buried under layers of time and dust. Several teams of researchers desperately tried to find any traces of mechanical processing of the stone, as the perfectly even lines seemed blatantly artificial. But to their astonishment, not a single chip, not the slightest trace of a blow or cutting tool could be found. This fact makes the field even more mysterious. After all, natural cracks never form such a precise geometry, and any known stone processing methods would inevitably leave traces that are easily detected by analysis. The strangeness of this place only intensifies when it becomes clear that the stone slabs are laid in layers, and the lower layers have exactly the same structure as the upper ones. It's as if this entire multi-meter thick layer repeats the same pattern, extending deep into the earth. Such repetition is completely uncharacteristic of natural geological processes, which always create differences between layers. Each era leaves its own unique imprint, but here everything looks as if the slabs were formed in a single moment, in a single action, as if some gigantic seal with a single movement imprinted its pattern across the entire thickness of the stone. Surface studies have revealed no underground thermal springs or lava flows that could explain the anomalous heat retention. It seems as if these slabs are capable of absorbing and storing solar heat like a sponge during the day, then very slowly releasing it at night. It's as if this field were designed as a giant battery, interacting with light and temperature. Although there's no direct evidence to support this theory, local legends say that in ancient times, shepherds passing by heard a subtle, ringing, almost musical sound emanating from the stone field. It was generated when the wind blew through the thousands of grooves on its surface. This sound, like an echo, followed the pattern of the stone, creating the impression that it was alive and reacting to the movement of the air. Indeed, this effect has been confirmed. If you stand at the edge of the field and make a loud sound, it returns not as a normal echo, but as a fine, focused wave, as if reflecting not from the ground, but from some hidden structure buried beneath the surface. Let's now move to another point on the map of this mysterious region, to the distant hills, lost between dense forests and deep valleys. It was here that the first geologists encountered an even more incredible phenomenon. They noticed unusual, almost perfectly rounded shapes emerging from the earth. These shapes, half hidden under a thick layer of moss and damp soil, were so perfect that it seemed as if some giant had left behind a multitude of identical stone balls after game. As they cleared the surface of vegetation, the researchers began to realize that this wasn't a chaotic jumble of boulders. Spheres of varying sizes formed a strange, complex pattern that repeated itself with almost mathematical precision. Each sphere had a remarkably smooth surface, and even the torrents of rainwater over thousands of years had failed to alter it. In areas where moss had completely covered the stone, there was no hint of erosion, creating the impression that this material possessed some special supernatural density that allowed it to resist time itself. This feeling only intensified when you touched the sphere with your palm. The stone was astonishingly cold to the touch, while the surrounding soil retained the warmth of the day. It was as if the sphere lived by its own laws, retaining some kind of internal cold within. Upon measurement, it was discovered that the spheres ranged in size from small objects slightly larger than a human head to gigantic stone balls that were impossible to move even with heavy machinery. The largest of them looked as if they had been embedded in the ground before this dense forest appeared here, raising the question of their incredible age. No one knows when or by whom they were created, or why their surface retained such a perfect shape without cracks or signs of decay. Some scientists initially speculated that the spheres might have formed naturally as a result of ancient volcanic processes. However, this hypothesis was short-lived and began to crumble. Natural formations, so-called concretions, are extremely rare in a perfectly spherical shape, and even less so in such a wide range of sizes, from small to large. Moreover, the texture of the stone from which the spheres are made is strikingly uniform. This contrasts sharply with natural formations, where differences in the layers and density of the material are always noticeable. When the team attempted to examine the spheres buried deeper in the soil, it became apparent that many were only partially visible on the surface with the bulk buried. This created the impression that someone had deliberately placed them there in a specific order, and that over time, the earth had risen and concealed some of these mysterious objects. Moreover, all the spheres were located at a remarkably uniform depth, which is quite astonishing. Under natural conditions, objects of this size would be distributed completely randomly within the soil, rather than arranged in a neat line following the contours of the slope. What was particularly remarkable was that some of the spheres formed entire chains, stretching up the slopes like signposts, forming a route. This route doesn't follow any natural paths and, strangest of all, doesn't lead to the top of the hill. It extends toward a small stone platform thickly overgrown with moss. This platform is a perfectly flat surface on which traces of thin, almost faded lines are visible. As if someone had once, long ago, carved patterns here or attempted to divide the stone into fragments. However, these lines have been so eroded by time that their hidden meaning is no longer decipherable. The researchers also noted that some spheres, when touched, emitted a subtle, barely perceptible vibration that passed through the palm of the hand like a ghostly pulse. This created a persistent sensation of a cavity hidden within the sphere. However, the most advanced instruments failed to detect any voids, making this phenomenon even more puzzling. For centuries, locals have claimed that these spheres are the guardians of ancient knowledge. Ancient legends say that each sphere contains its own unique sound, which can only be heard by touching the stone in the absolute silence of the night. And curiously, some spheres actually sound different when lightly struck, even though their surfaces are identical. This difference in sound may indicate a different internal composition, undetectable from the outside. Consequently, their structure may conceal features that are currently beyond our understanding. When the team attempted to scan the spheres with special ground-penetrating radar, they discovered something truly incredible. Their internal structure was completely uniform, without any layers or inclusions. This fact baffles any scientific thought and completely refutes all known rock formation processes. Creating such perfectly smooth and uniform shapes in natural conditions would require colossal, simply unimaginable precision. Their origin is a complete mystery, as they don't belong to any of the cultures that ever inhabited these lands. History is silent here, and archaeologists' usual explanations prove powerless. Some scholars have dared to suggest that these stone spheres are merely the pitiful remains of some grandiose structure, either destroyed by the merciless passage of time or swallowed by the earth itself. Perhaps these are not just stones, but the surviving elements of an ancient system designed for navigation or even the transmission of some unknown information. However, this is merely a bold hypothesis, unsupported by any evidence. No other artifacts were found near the spheres, other than the mysterious moss-covered platform. But even this raises more questions than it answers. Its contours are unnaturally smooth, and the surface structure is unlike anything created by nature. But when the researchers began mapping it, a truly shocking picture began to emerge. It turned out that the spheres were not at all chaotic. Many of them were aligned along invisible lines that precisely followed the trajectory of the prevailing winds. On certain days of the year, their shadows stretch and merge into a single whole, forming figures on the ground that resemble fragments of some gigantic blueprint. Unfortunately, deciphering this message from the past is currently impossible. Too little data has reached us from the depths of time. We have no idea whether the ancient inhabitants of these places made any complex observations of celestial bodies or the movement of sunlight. The stone spheres of Bhutan remain one of the region's greatest mysteries to this day. Their perfect shape, thoughtful arrangement, and strange internal structure create the persistent feeling that they were created not by chance, but by some higher logic, lost along with their creators. Each of these spheres seems like a page from a book we can never read, but whose grandeur we can sense. An almost palpable silence hangs in the air around them, as if the stone itself has absorbed the memory of events that unfolded here long before the first humans appeared on the planet. When the first group of explorers ventured onto an abandoned trail leading up a forested mountainside, they weren't expecting anything special. At best, the remains of ancient pastures or bizarre rock outcrops. But as they climbed a little higher, they saw a narrow opening in the sheer monolithic cliff face, its contours too perfect to be a simple crack. As they approached, the explorers realized they were looking at the entrance to a man-made tunnel. Its walls were polished to an incredible smoothness, as if they had been worked by some powerful tool, leaving marks that nature could never replicate. As soon as they stepped inside, the air instantly turned icy, and the sound of their footsteps began to drown in a resounding silence. The echo didn't bounce off the walls as in a normal cave, but seemed to dissolve into the depths. There was an eerie feeling that the walls weren't just stone, but some complex structure designed specifically to absorb any sound vibrations. This feeling only intensified with each meter. Normal caves are always filled with chaotic, booming echoes, but here the sound died almost instantly. But the strangest thing was yet to come. The tunnel didn't follow natural faults in the rock, but ran perfectly straight, as if its creators had traced the route with a ruler and never deviated from it even by a millimeter. Such supernatural precision was frightening, as it's unheard of even in modern minds created with laser technology. The ancient tribes that once lived in these parts left behind no legends or artifacts that would hint at the technology capable of carving such long, perfectly straight corridors through the rock, completely devoid of bends and collapses. In one of the halls, the walls were covered in fine parallel grooves running from the floor to the ceiling. Each of these cuts was of exactly the same depth, as if an unknown chisel had cut the stone with a constant measured pressure. This monotony and symmetry could not have been a trick of nature. Elemental processes always leave behind chaos and irregularities. Here, however, each line seemed part of a single design, as if someone had intentionally imbued the stone's surface with some hidden rhythm. As they progressed deeper into the rock, the researchers encountered a fork in the road, and this came as a real shock. Could random cracks really branch out like this, following a precise plan? Each of the new corridors continued with the same frightening precision, without changing either their height or width. This only reinforced the belief that this entire underground system had been built according to a single design, one that had vanished along with those who possessed the knowledge of how to distribute loads in the rock and maintain the strength of the vaults at such enormous depths. Of course, some tried to blame it all on ancient minds or workings, But this theory was shattered by a simple fact. None of the tools known to the local tribes were capable of leaving such perfectly smooth surfaces in stone. The depth and length of the corridors spoke of a truly titanic task, as if the builders had some grand purpose we cannot even imagine today. Nothing was found inside. No rock paintings, no inscriptions, not a single object that would point to the creators. Only in a few places did a thin layer of dust cover the walls and floor, but even this behaved strangely. The dust didn't lie in an even layer, but rather gathered in barely noticeable bands, as if the air currents within the tunnel were moving along strictly defined trajectories. The researchers noted with surprise that the air in these areas was slightly warmer than in the rest of the corridor. What was causing this movement? And why was it so precise, as if invisible walls were directing the airflow? When the group ventured further, they discovered enormous stone slabs beneath their feet, laid on the floor with such precision that they seemed part of a monolithic foundation. However, their surface was even smoother than the walls. Stepping onto one, the researchers felt a faint, barely perceptible vibration emanating from somewhere deep within, as if a void were concealed beneath the slabs. It became clear that this space was not filled with solid rock. Its structure had been intentionally created. Several ancient local legends claimed that strange whispering sounds could sometimes be heard in these forests at night. And these whispers originated not in the air, but from the very depths of the earth. Some elders believed that an entire network of tunnels, constructed in time immemorial, lay hidden beneath the surface of the mountains. However, no one could say who was capable of such titanic labor. Not a single legend about the great builders of the past remained in popular memory. When researchers overlaid the tunnels onto the terrain, attempting to map them, they were met with another astonishing discovery. It turned out that the placement of many corridors was not random. They precisely followed the curves of the slopes directly above them. It seemed as if the builders had somehow adapted the underground space to the landscape, further deepening the mystery. Such complex design requires a sophisticated understanding of rock density and load distribution, knowledge that simply could not have been possessed by cultures that left no technical artifacts behind. Particularly impressive was the section where the tunnel suddenly widened, forming a spacious, almost perfectly shaped hall. The walls of this hall were polished to a mirror shine, and the light from the lanterns falling on them created a faint, ghostly reflection. It seemed as if the stone was coated with a thin layer of some unknown material that reacted to light. But no trace of this coating could be found. The stone structure itself appeared unnaturally smooth. Today, the Lascaris tunnels remain one of those mysteries for which modern science has no even approximate explanation. Who built these cyclopean structures? What purpose did they serve? And why was this grandiose network of corridors completely erased from history, leaving behind only cold stone, perfect lines, and an oppressive sense of space that once had a life of its own, until its creators vanished as without a trace as they had appeared? When the first anthropologists reached the remote mountain slopes inhabited by a mysterious people calling themselves the Boda, they expected to encounter a typical highland tribe living a simple life in a harsh climate. But what they saw was completely out of character. The locals claimed to have never used modern tools and had deliberately rejected any progress. Their strict isolation from the outside world seemed too deliberate to be simply a tribute to tradition, as if their way of life concealed something far greater. While studying their settlements, researchers noted one striking detail. The Boda dwellings were constructed of stones cut with incredible precision. These blocks formed walls that perfectly retained heat in winter and provided coolness in summer, as if their builders possessed a profound understanding of the physics of materials and strength of materials. The Boda themselves denied any scientific knowledge, insisting only that they were simply following the precepts of their ancestors, but they could not explain where these ancestors acquired such skills. But the strangest thing was that many of the stone blocks were simply unmovable. Some weighed tens of tons, and transporting them to the mountainside without powerful machinery, which the community never had, seemed utterly impossible. This created a strong sense that the stones had been there long before modern inhabitants settled these peaks. Interestingly, even the Boda themselves admitted that some of the stone foundations of their houses were already there when their ancestors first came to this valley. Inside the dwellings, the researchers noticed another oddity: unusual depressions carved into the floors, forming a complex repeating pattern. Local residents couldn't explain their purpose, shrugging their shoulders and saying, "It's always been like this." But what were these symbols for? The depressions were clearly made with some kind of tool, leaving perfectly smooth edges, completely unlike the marks of primitive handcraft. The expedition members soon realized that the Boda stubbornly refused to allow outsiders into the distant hills. Every time the conversation turned to the northern side of their settlement, the inhabitants withdrew and became silent, as if that territory hid something forbidden to outsiders. One day, one of the elders accidentally let slip that it was precisely there in the north that people sometimes disappeared, leaving no trace behind. But he was immediately cut short by other tribesmen. And then one of the research groups, tired of the silence, decided to defy the ban and head north on their own. Little did they know that this step would prove fatal for them. Imagine an overgrown slope, where stone giants emerge from the dense foliage. Here, among the trees, gigantic pillars are scattered, placed with such astonishing precision that one can't help but wonder if they were once part of a single, colossal structure. Their perfectly smooth surface and majestic form scream that only master craftsmen, masters of special tools and secret knowledge, could have created them. When the researchers approached this anomalous zone, the local inhabitants, the Bada tribe, came out to meet them. Their request was direct and unwavering. Leave. They explained it simply. This earth does not belong to the world of the living. In one of the dilapidated ancient structures, scientists stumbled upon something even stranger. Before them lay stone slabs covered in a complex pattern of fine, web-like lines. The engravings were so flawless that they seemed to have been made not by a chisel, but by some unknown instrument capable of cutting stone with laser-like precision. Running your hand over these slabs created an eerie sensation. The lines seemed to vibrate subtly beneath your fingers, as if the stone itself were responding to your touch. However, the most sensitive instruments detected no movement or temperature fluctuation. Some scientists theorized that what they saw was part of some ancient archive, a coded message from the depths of time, but no one could figure out its purpose. These patterns resembled neither a star map, nor a calendar, nor an engineering diagram. They repeated themselves with mathematical precision, creating the impression of being merely a fragment of a vast, long-forgotten structure. The Bada tribe's prohibition against even touching these artifacts only reinforced this ominous premonition. It became clear they knew far more than they were admitting, and they were desperately trying to conceal information that could forever change our understanding of their past. When researchers finally tried to persistently uncover the history of this place, the elders' response sounded like a death sentence. They said their ancestors had come to this world when it was already deserted, but on the hillsides stood a multitude of mysterious objects, the creation of which would have been simply impossible without sophisticated, almost fantastical technology. The phrase they uttered was, "It's as if people came here after another great culture, the cause of whose demise we know nothing about, disappeared." The Bada tribe merely occupied the deserted lands, building their way of life around this ancient, incomprehensible legacy. Archaeologists repeatedly attempted to excavate here, but local residents forbade digging deeper than a certain mark, repeating the same phrase, "The stone there is alive." One night, a strange sound awakened the researchers' camp. A low, monotonous rumble seemed to emanate from beneath the earth, as if a vast void occupied by some unknown mechanism was at work beneath their feet. The sound was so steady and rhythmic that it created the illusion of slow movement, even though the ground was not trembling and the seismographs were silent. But the most chilling moment came when one of the scientists spotted a dark silhouette on a distant hill. An unnaturally tall figure stood between the stone pillars. He tried to approach, but after taking a few steps, the figure simply vanished, as if dissolved in the night fog. Upon learning of this, the elders of Bada merely shook their heads and said, "There are shadows best left undisturbed." With that, the conversation ended. To this day, the Bada civilization remains an unsolved mystery. Who are they really? Are they the heirs of an ancient people who have lost the knowledge of their ancestors? Or are they simply the accidental guardians of sacred land where a culture possessing incomprehensible wisdom once flourished? Every stone, every slab, and every forbidden path here reminds us that the answer lies not only in the depths of time, but also in the deathly silence the Bada tribe maintains to this day. And this silence may conceal a secret that our world may not yet be ready to hear. When the first expeditions forced their way through the impenetrable jungle and climbed the steep slopes to the abandoned foundations, they expected to find ordinary ruins, mere piles of stone, ravaged by time and the elements. However, as soon as they touched the massive blocks that formed the foundations of the ancient platforms, it became clear they were dealing with something entirely different. The material possessed an incredible, anomalous density. Its surface didn't crumble or crack under their fingers. On the contrary, it seemed almost eternal, as if it were immune to tropical downpours and the stifling humidity that could turn the hardest granite rocks to dust. Experts who began studying this mysterious material soon realized that its structure was unlike any known stone processing method. Beneath the thin outer layer lay a completely homogeneous mass, devoid of any hint of the layering inherent in any natural rock. When scientists penetrated deeper into the excavations, they discovered entire platforms cast entirely from this substance. These platforms were so perfectly smooth that the only logical explanation was that ancient builders poured some kind of liquid mixture into gigantic, pre-prepared molds, which shaped it into its perfect geometry. But this raises a new question. If such molds did exist, what were they made of? Neither wood nor stone could have withstood the colossal pressure and heat of such a mass without collapsing. Analysis of the extracted samples revealed that the structure of the material consists of tiny particles held together by a binder whose properties resemble those of modern cement mixtures. However, this is where the similarities end. Achieving the phenomenal strength of this ancient concrete is impossible today, even with the most advanced technologies. And most astonishingly, this material has not been preserved in one place, but rather underlies numerous foundations that have withstood monstrous pressure, moisture, the suffocating embrace of tree roots, earthquakes, and temperature fluctuations for millennia. The full strangeness of this material became apparent when the researchers attempted to drill small samples for laboratory analysis. The drill bit penetrated the slab with incredible difficulty, as if stuck in a resilient yet incredibly dense mass. Meanwhile, the surface around the hole remained perfectly smooth without a single chip or crack. Such behavior is simply impossible for ordinary stone. Under pressure, it always suffers at least microscopic damage. The team of scientists became increasingly convinced the ancient masters possessed knowledge that has long been lost and today seems pure fantasy to us. An even more intriguing discovery was that some fragments of this ancient concrete had a darker hue. Closer examination revealed that these samples contained tiny capillary-like channels running within them. These could have served either to drain moisture or to provide internal reinforcement, similar to the rebar in modern reinforced concrete. However, no traces of metal or other supports were found within, raising the question of how ancient engineers could have created such a complex and durable structure without the reinforcement methods available to us. But that's not all. Certain sections of the ancient buildings, when illuminated at certain angles, revealed another anomaly. Barely visible stripes could be seen on the surface, as if the material had been applied in thin layers. Each layer was so carefully smoothed that the transitions between them remained virtually invisible. Thus, this material, while possessing astonishing strength and even some flexibility, continues to baffle researchers with properties that modern technology cannot yet fully reproduce. There's an ancient legend that seems too fantastical to be true. It says that the builders sprayed a special liquid on the stone, causing it to become soft and pliable, like wet clay. Locals claim that after drying, this substance transformed the stone back into an indestructible monolith, as if it had never been touched. While this sounds like a myth, scientists have been intrigued by the story. After all, some chemical compounds can indeed alter the structure of minerals, although direct evidence for this hypothesis is still lacking. When the researchers discovered traces of perfectly aligned geometric notches on one of the platforms, their bewilderment only intensified. These lines were so precisely positioned that they undoubtedly served as markings for the perfect alignment of the blocks. This indicated that the builders possessed a profound understanding of the weight distribution and stability of gigantic structures. The platform withstood not only the weight of the structures that stood on it, but also millennia of crustal fluctuations, maintaining its integrity. However, when the team attempted to determine the age of this material, they encountered an insurmountable problem. It contained virtually no organic inclusions necessary for radiocarbon dating. Judging by indirect evidence alone was all that was left, hinting at a shocking conclusion. This concrete could be thousands of years older than the settlement of Tikal itself. This suggested that its creators had used technologies unimagined by subsequent generations. Particularly noteworthy was a section where the ancient concrete had been cut by a deep, perfectly smooth groove. It ran in a straight line, and its walls were so smooth as if carved by a giant red-hot knife that melted the material. Some researchers have even put forward a bold theory that ancient craftsmen could heat the concrete to a plastic state, which would then instantly harden into the desired shape. Unfortunately, however, no direct evidence has yet been found. When the team conducted acoustic measurements on a large platform, it became clear they were dealing with something extraordinary. Sound transmitted through the concrete behaved unusually. The vibrations did not spread chaotically, as in any natural stone, but moved along strictly defined lines. This could only indicate one thing: the material possessed some kind of internal system of guides that facilitated the uniform distribution of any vibrations. This property could not be explained by any natural processes or known ancient technologies. Some researchers today are putting forward a breathtaking hypothesis. They believe that Tikal's concrete was created to support the weight of colossal structures that may have stood here long before the buildings we know of. If this theory is correct, then the modern ruins are merely later superstructures, concealing an older cyclopean layer beneath, the technology of which remains unparalleled. And this layer holds answers to questions that will baffle scientists for a long time. Tikal's ancient concrete remains one of the most fascinating mysteries on the planet, as its strength, structure, and properties far exceed our knowledge of ancient civilizations. Each new analysis only confirms this material was created according to principles that are astonishing in their ingenious precision. One is left with the persistent feeling that its builders possessed an understanding of the interaction of minerals, heat, and pressure that we have yet to discover.